Hello, bear with me. I'm just going to grab a cup of tea and then we'll do some flying. I don't know if I'd sling the word regular around. In fact, I certainly wouldn't, because this is probably going to be the last stream for a while. But we'll see how we go. Yeah, the mic probably was a bit quiet because I was like standing next to my desk when I said that. I might need to adjust the levels a bit though, because the last round of fucking Windows and OBS and everything else updates have completely fucked with my sound settings, as usual. Hooray! I love when that happens. Alright, bear with me. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I know. It's intentional. I was waiting for the game to load in properly because DCS takes a little while to load textures and shit in now. Hang on, just gotta span that out there a little. I might just go with the usual here. Do we have R73s in this? No, R60Ms. So R60M, 27R. Do we have ERs? No, of course we don't. Okay, well, that's alright. I can live with this. Yeah, this is... I forgot it was on today, actually. So you're lucky you're going to get to see me play it, because I very nearly forgot. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm probably not going to do too well in this, so don't expect a lot. Unable to comply. Oh, shit. Fucking FC3. I forgot. Make sure the engine's spooled down fully. Request rearming. Copy. Tracker feels a little off. It's probably a Tomcat getting sideloaded by it or something, or actually we're in the main beam, but like he's trying to lock something on the other side of us, between us and him. It's usually what gives that away. Okay, now we can start. All the Su-27 slots are full, so we're back in the 29, which is fine. I like the 29, it's just a little harder without a dedicated GCI. Especially if you got Phoenixes and shit to worry about. Just check my track IR. Have I got precision mode on? I do. Don't know why it feels so sensitive then. It's been a while since I've flown this thing, so let's see if I remember what all my binds are. Why is it beeping at you? That's the radar warning receiver. There's something painting us from that general direction. This is the kind of mission where Red really, really would want a good human GCI. And not someone hot micing as they fucking hammer away on their keyboard. Jesus Christ. Waiting for the plane next door? No, I'm waiting for my right engine to start. I mean, I could taxi on one engine, but I usually wait for it. Harriers? Oh, I guess they're flying Seed. That kind of makes sense. I was going to say, why would you bring a Harrier to escort stuff? But if they're flying Seed, it makes sense. You reckon this RWR is too confusing? This RWR makes perfect sense to me. I find this a lot easier to use than the Western shit, because it gives me more information. Western shit is, like... it's easier to teach people how it works, but it gives you fucking useless information. In my opinion. Radar warning receiver. So it tells you that somebody else with a radar is looking in your general direction. Surprisingly old technology. The first one started appearing around the sort of latter half of World War II. Alright, dude. Okay. Well done, Chief. Good luck getting out of that now. Fucking dipshit. Jesus Christ.
Started that MiG-29 next to me. I forgot where my wheel brakes were.
Okay, that's excusable and funny. That's why I have them mapped to the same thing they are in the real aircraft, the fucking paddle on the stick. Can't forget that one. Someone's flying an A4, yeah, they're probably doing seed. Oh shit, that's gonna be a problem. My track IR is gonna pick up the sun behind me and fuck me around. Come on, man. Jesus. This is why I don't usually play DCS, or especially stream it in the afternoon. Because I don't have a working blind on the window behind me and the sun constantly interferes with track IR. And it's been nearly 3 years and it still hasn't been fixed. Interestingly enough, I don't know if it's because I got sharpening turned on, but the HUD looks like absolute dog shit with DLAA on. Like, it looks worse than if I just didn't have anti-aliasing turned on at all. So I might just end up going back to MSAA. For all its faults, it's still probably less of a pain in the dick than DLAA is. 222. Do I want to go hunting Harriers or do I want to fuck with Tomcats? I could do either. Looks like the Tomcats want to fuck with me. They're hard locking me from at least 120 kilometers away, and they're jamming, of course. Tomcat players, I swear to God, are probably the dumbest demographic in DCS. Why would you hard lock me from 120 kilometers, which you're not going to get a good missile shot from in a fight or against a fighter? Why would you tell me where you are? Like, why would you do that to yourself? See, BMS got the F-15C out. I did. I briefly saw Robbo flying it the other day. But it's not a big, like, sort of pull to it for me. I'll be more interested when they get some of the non-American aircraft flyable. With their own avionics, I mean. I just need to adjust this window a bit so I can actually see chat properly. There we go. Now the jamming is actually annoying because it means I can't use track while scan on people. Because if someone's jamming and you try use T-Wiz, it'll just dump the lock constantly and drop back to search. Should probably throttle back a bit as well so I'm not blowing through fuel quite as fast. Yeah, that's the other thing, is they gave it the MFD instead of the original like weapons management panel and the other analog stuff it used to have, which kind of turned me off it as well. I want an early F-15, not a late one. Don't like that these Tomcats are getting that close to me. I might climb away to the southwest rather than directly west. Because I don't know which of them are carrying Phoenixes and how many they have. I don't want to risk it. And at least some of them will be smart enough not to hard lock me before they fire. Okay, yeah, one of them's coming for me. We're just gonna punch it, start building up speed. Slightly below me. God, the aliasing on the HUD is fucking driving me insane. 340. SAM radar. Belly tank's gone. Okay, well they have SAMs offshore, I guess. Probably ships. Don't want to get too close out. I'm going to have to break my lock here, but whatever. Don't want to catch an SM2. This has kind of jagged up my plan a little bit. I don't know exactly where that shot came from or how far it can reach, so I don't know how long I'm going to need to defend for. I do have someone between it and me though, so we might... Yeah, it looks like it's dropped off. We might... resume our climb. Just keep an eye on the RWR and see what's happening with the signal on it. So we might get away with it. This mission is like cut out for GCI stuff. Why do we not have an actual human GCI? Like, that just seems like a no-brainer to me. That you would actually have someone playing GCI. Because we are very much blind without it, in the MiG-29s at least. The Sukhois have a better chance. Well, I guess I'll just have to lock this guy and hope for the best. Don't even know what he is other than hostile. F-15C, that was inevitable. We bagged 2. What did we actually get? Got a Tomcat. And we got Drewski in a Tomcat. 2 cats. And a 3rd cat got me with an AIM-9. Well, I'll take it for a first sortie. I wonder if maybe they're all on comms on a frequency I don't have set in my SRS. I don't know, probably not. Just weird that it's so quiet. You expect there'd be lots of people on comms in this mission. I did put myself in a pretty bad situation there, flying into that many aircraft at once, but you can still see I bagged 2 of them, and they were quite threatening aircraft, so... You can imagine a couple of MiG-29s with actual GCI that, like, you know, won't vector themselves into trouble, like I just did, would be quite strong. Don't know what's going on there. Old mate must have pulled his gear up on the ground or something? Yeah, that's exactly what he did. Well done, Chief. Oh, no. I'm not done rearming yet. Shit, shouldn't have done that. Okay, now I am. Okay, we should probably look at the map. That might be a good idea. So, we are flying from Cobbaletti, so yeah, me going west probably took me over their fleet. We want to track probably east, and then hook in from that direction. Their bombers are probably coming down this corridor. Their target's Kataisi. So we might do that. We'll head east and then hook around. Oh, 23s with fucking Lazur hooked up would be filth, dude. Especially if they end up integrating Lazur through, like, fucking LOT ATC or the in-game TAC Commander slot. I don't know if that's planned, but I know they did something similar with the Mirage through LOT ATC, so that would be sick to have in the 23. You could actually vector people onto individual targets, in zero visibility and coordinate like slashing attacks from different directions that way, and with the 23 they wouldn't be able to catch you. You just blow through the formation, kill 2 things on the lane and fuck off home. It'd be so good. So good. I kind of wish we had weather like this on Ligma's normal missions, just to force people off the deck, because it's gone back to valley crawling now. They've very much gone back to valley crawling. With the removal of the original, like the Overlord voice script, and just inserting the EWR script instead, they all just hang out in the weeds now. It's very rare to get a high altitude fight in. And even then, usually when you get a high altitude target, it's not because somebody's doing anything intelligent, it's because they're oblivious and just cruising. .29 just absolutely leaps off the ground. Turn the auto display on for that? No, I don't think I did. There we go. .66 off the nose. Oh, this aliasing on the HUD, man, it's driving me up a wall. Only I can change the anti-aliasing settings without quitting out of the server though, which I don't really want to do. Hey, Potato. 06945-8. And they're cold. Ah, yes. There you are, you shits. But there's a Tomcat committing. And he's pretty close. I'm tempted to race him. But I don't think we can get away with it. What altitude was the Tomcat at? Okay, he's dropped off the radar, so he might not be a factor anymore. Fingers crossed. We're just burning it straight up there. We want these bombers dead. Now they're cold from us, which means they probably already hit their targets, but we want to shoot them down anyway, at least. It has been a while, yeah. Streams are probably going to be super inconsistent for a while, because I'm just about to actually start work properly, more or less full-time next week. So I don't know when I'll be able to squeeze them in. Oh yeah, there they are. Fuck, that's a lot of them too. Someone's in amongst them. Good to see. Now we could conserve our missiles and just gun them, so we have the missiles to deal with fighters, but I don't really want to do that because it's going to encourage me to sit around when I'm low on fuel, and I don't really have the... Like, I don't really feel like it'd be a good idea. It's just opening us up to get hit by fighters. Now, old mate's in amongst that pair at the back. Interesting, we just lost him. Oh, they despawn. Okay, well that's cool. Never mind then. I just wasted a shit ton of fuel to get up here to intercept them and they all despawn. That's kind of annoying. 287 for 110. I don't have a whole lot of fuel to play with now. Hey Francois, going well? Just see what we can grab and actually hold on to. Something a bit to our left. Might be the Tomcat, it might be the Harrier, I'm not sure. It's probably the Tomcat. I doubt there's a Harrier at this altitude. Pretty low on fuel, so we're going to need to RTB after this one. I don't know if we got much hope of catching him. Might need to disengage. And there's another coming in as well, which I kind of don't want to expose myself to. 283. Yeah, okay, I think that's what we're going to do, is we're going to see if we can pick up the other one. .290 for 103, 5.9, so he's quite a ways below me. Interesting decision. Yeah. We're just gonna bug out, it's not worth it. Jesus, even this mission stutters. I mean, this thing has the speed and the maneuverability to kill them with cannons quite easily. It's just the issue of, you know, you don't really want to get in amongst them like that. It's just too risky. Look for a hole in the clouds so I can drop altitude without planting my face into a mountain. Also want to drag any pursuing F-14s down into our air defense. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's going to be an interesting landing. Something I am chronically under-practiced in, as in I don't practice it, is instrument landing. I know how to follow the instruments, but actually doing so in a way that sets me up for a good landing where I can't see the runway is another matter entirely. In real life, this thing, I think the autopilot can take care of that for you. The Soviets figured that one out pretty early. But not functional in DCS, so we're going to do it by hand. Oh, there's the runway. Okay, I see it now. It's actually in a clearing in the cloud, so we don't have to worry.
Осталось 500 килограмм.
500 kilos remaining, that's plenty. We're pretty low here. Probably should have allowed myself a bit more altitude. We'll be coming in through the cloud to actually set up for this end of the runway, but that's okay. We'll manage. Main thing we've got to bear in mind is because we're in a MiG-29, we cannot pop the air brake with the gear down, so gonna have to shed that speed the old-fashioned way. We should probably be able to dump it in the turn. Thing is, you've just got to be careful with the 29 because you can get behind the power curve a little on landing. And like I said, I haven't flown this for a fair while, and this is probably the hardest thing in DCS to land that isn't a tail dragger. And even some of them I'd say are easier to land. Just there's some very specific quirks the MiG-29 has that the other aircraft typically don't. The MiG-19 and 15 to a degree kind of feel similar in that you can get behind the curve really quickly and they get away from you. I don't know if I'd say it's exactly the same feeling, but it's the same sort of general themes, if you will. This is really not a good approach, but we might get away with it. And of course someone's on the runway, with one engine lit by the looks of it. Okay, as we come into ground effect, the tail's going to hit it first, and it's going to kick the nose down, so we have to just pull back a little extra on the stick as the wheels come down, and we are landed. That ended up going a lot smoother than I thought it would. Cut the chute. Now we didn't actually spend any weapons, but we did dump our belly tank, so we're going to have to shut down to rearm anyway. It's a fair few people on playing the mission. When I joined, Red were outnumbered by a reasonably large margin, so I think we still are by the looks of things. Hey Fen, good to see you, man. We're doing some MiG-29 today.
Осталось 800 килограмм. Рубеж возврата. Осталось 1500 килограмм.
Forget how often the waves of bombers fly in. Might be a fresh one ready by the time we're airborne again. Oh, here we go. A briefing over here. Bombers spawn northwest of my cop, up around here, every 30 minutes, top and bottom of the hour. Aha, okay. Blue bombers must reach the objective. Any bombers that reach the objective get added to the tally. Blue needs to have 192 bombers reach the objective in 24 hours to win. Blue players have the option to escort bombers with fighters from MyCop or attack EWR and SAM sites to help the escorting fighters. Yeah, there's the carrier. That's what we pissed off before that was shooting SM2s at us. So we flew more or less right into it because I'm a dumbass. Red wins if they can survive the 24-hour period without letting Blue reach a 20% success rate. I have a feeling we're going to lose this one. Red additional assets include EWRs and SAM sites. I don't know if the SAMs engage the bombers. I have a suspicion they probably don't. Because they didn't on the other server or on the other missions either. Blue additional assets include tankers. Who needs that? Imagine air-to-air refueling, couldn't be me. Okay, cool. So we have 3 EWRs, 4 EWRs, maybe 5. I think there's one there as well.
Refueling complete.
1, 2, 5 heavy SAM locations around the coast. Bomber path is down that, and the tanker is hanging around over here. Right, that makes sense. We generally don't want to cross the border, so...
Rearming complete.
I'd be a lot less cagey around blue fighters if they weren't Tomcats, because the Tomcats might have Phoenixes. F-15s I'm not particularly afraid of, because I know what the Sparrow can do, and I know when a Sparrow's been shot at me. I'm not afraid of F-5s at all in this thing, unless I do something very, very stupid and let them ambush me. But the Tomcats are actually kind of intimidating, just because I don't know when they've shot. If they're intelligent. If they're smart enough to shoot in track while scan... Fuck, that was awesome. That's scary. However, the Tomcats who lock you from like 100 miles away, hard lock you from 100 miles away, they're not too scary because they're dumb enough to do that. It means they're probably too dumb to shoot a Phoenix in TWS. And if they shoot the Phoenix in STT, it's very easy to trash. Very easy to trash. As long as you have enough space to do something about it. Obviously, if it's a fairly close range shot, there's nothing you can do. It just moves too quickly. Go ahead and turn the moth lights off. I just had those on so people would see me coming in on the landing. So we're just about to start our third sortie. Our second one was not productive. We were just closing on the bombers on their way back home and they despawned in front of us. And by then I was on too low of a fuel total to engage any fighters. Our first sortie we bagged a pair of Tomcats within about 2 seconds of each other. But then a third one got me, because I kind of overextended a bit. If this thing gets in close to you, you're not going to have a fun time. Like, you can kind of see that the idea that your wall of eagles in, over Germany in the 80s was very contingent on getting the MiGs before they got close, because once these fucking things get close, you can bag several aircraft before you go down, and you can really, really put the hurt on people. Obviously, the way it plays out in game and the way it plays out in real life are not the same, but the similarities are, the broad similarities are close enough. If you listen to the accounts of anyone who flew training exercises against the MiG-29s that the Luftwaffe inherited from the LSK, that's basically their sort of take of it, is the MiG-29s were not a huge problem in BVR, but as soon as they were within visual range, they would win every single fight, almost without fail. Using technology the Americans had first, but decided that it wasn't useful. The helmet-mounted sight and the fucking high-off-bore sight air-to-air missile. The US had those like a decade before the Soviets did, but they decided for whatever bizarre reason, oh no, who needs that? That's useless toys. Pfft. And then when they found out what the Soviets were capable of doing with them, they quickly had to scramble to catch up. Many such cases. 341. We're not going to turn into him just yet. We're going to continue climbing in this heading. I mean, money, sure, but if the Soviets could afford it, you'd think the Americans could afford it even easier. Like, the Soviets weren't exactly that much of an economical powerhouse. Let's be real. But it's a recurring theme, not just with aviation technology, with ground forces stuff too. The Americans had composite armor before the Soviets did, but they never put it into service until after the Soviets had done so. Because the Americans had some or other small developmental issue that they ran into, and rather than figure it out, they were just like, oh, this stuff's not viable, who cares? 9L is a way to slap cruise missiles and strikers as fast as possible. I mean, yeah, but still, I feel like having the other things that they'd already developed and that already worked, having those around as an option, if nothing else, would be nice. Oh, there we go, bombers, 349. Okay, that Tomcat's probably coming in with them. I think we're just going to start burning right now. Start burning and heading generally towards them. The fact that Tomcat's dropped off scope, maybe someone killed him, or maybe he's trying to do some big brain shit where he dives down, gets lost in the clutter, and then belly stabs us. Not sure. American high foresight missiles more ambitious than R-73. I think it was, but I think they also were at the stage where it was kind of like they could have actually got it working and developed. Certainly the helmet sight they had working. It was in service. It was in operational use on a relatively small scale with Phantom squadrons, and then they just gave up on it. Already got a friendly in amongst these. You'll love to see it. Okay, we're actually gonna pull back to mill power now. We don't need to be burning the whole way in. Looks like that friendly's still working on these guys. There might be 2 of them in there now, actually. Okay. Gonna hold our shot until he's a little closer. Someone else got him. Fucking stick kicker. I pulled a little hard there. Sun's kind of behind him, but we should get away with that. We did. Why does it not see him yet? It's weird. Hello? Hello? Oops, no, 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 we don't want that, we don't want that, we don't want that. It's the wrong button. Okay, there we go. Interesting that R60 doesn't want to go for him. Well, in that case, uh-oh. Oh, that's Iron Air Defense, never mind. Come on. Interesting how picky the R60s are being. Really interesting. Not sure why that is. Oops, that's not what I wanted. We want to head back home. Earthquake is going to be a very small part of World War III. Have to spend money where it does the most use. Yeah, I mean... Well, that's true. I feel like when your force is outnumbered by the kind of fucking ratio it was, and the enemy has the better ground-based air defense than you do, You kind of need to take that into consideration if you expect to be operating anywhere near the front lines. Especially when you're as reliant on air support for the ground forces as NATO tends to be. I don't think a single one of those got through. Good. There's an F5 coming for me, that's cute. We just got the one R60 left, which is one R60 and full guns is plenty enough to deal with an F5. I also just realised I forgot to ditch my belly tank, but you know, we don't want to get caught up in an engagement and then somebody else come and join in. We'll go back and rearm. Let's kick the autopilot on so I can reset my trim properly. So my dumbass hit the autopilot button instead of the cannon select button. Fighting a computer, not real players. So the fighters are real players, the bombers are a computer. We shot down 2 players already, and then we just shot down a bunch of AI bombers. On my first flight I shot down 2 Tomcats within a few seconds of each other, and a third Tomcat killed me. Okay, there's the coast. Oh, look. There is Coboletti, right there. Server is still pretty full, and it's stacked towards blue, it looks like. And wouldn't you know it, the blue players are team killing each other. The incredible intellect of blue 4 players never ceases to amaze me. You can give them the best fucking radar in the server, and they still team kill each other. Yeah, the bombers are pretty easy targets, so... Doesn't take much to kill them, but the fighters are quite a bit more difficult because they're unpredictable. Some of the blue players are really not very good at the game, so they're easy kills, but some of them are really good, and you never know which one you've encountered until it's too late. Even give him an AI reel that screams we locked a buddy and blue will still a team kill. To be fair, Jester is not super reliable by calling that out, because I've had him call that out when I know I was locked on an enemy, and I've had him not call it out when I was locked on a friendly. What plane? MiG-29. Okay, we are pretty fast, so we're actually going to pop the air brake here before we dump the gear and flaps. Get the moth lights on so that our teammates can see it that we're coming into land and they don't crash into me on the runway. Do it when he still has it classified as bogey sometimes? Yeah, true. And yeah, the TCS, they do have that. I was flying off stream last night because Robbo and the boys were playing on ECW, so I hopped on. They were playing on blue, mostly flying Sabres. Red was outnumbered, so I hopped on red, flying the MiG-19. The Vigans in particular were team killing like there's no tomorrow last night. I saw about 3 Vigan team kills in the space of an hour, including on other Vigans, which... how? Like I said, the intellectual might of Blue 4 just stuns me. And then they'll find a way to complain that it's actually because red has some unfair advantage, apparently. Got a little bit of a crosswind here. Doesn't help that I kind of overshot the turn. Watching the past stream F1 VOD, my condolences. I am a terrible F1 pilot. I mean, it's not an especially amazing fighter either, but I am particularly bad at it. We're a bit fast on this one. $280k an hour touchdown's kind of fast for the 29. We really should be touching down about 250, 230. But I'm so used to flying the MiG-21 that I tend to touch down at MiG-21 speeds, even in the 29. It looks like the parachutes, when they get jettisoned, don't actually get, like, cleaned up by the game now. They just stay wherever they're dropped, which is... It's kind of cool in a way, but you wouldn't expect them to leave the thing sit on the runway, and it might cause a performance hit after a while, you would think. As long as the tires don't pop, you're good. Yeah. Or you've got enough runway to decelerate. Gotta bind the combat flaps. I have them bound. I don't trust them. The issue with the combat flaps is they... Like, the F1 dumps energy when you turn in it. And the combat flaps just exaggerate that effect. And then with the combat flaps down, you can't regain energy. You have to force them to come back up before you have any hope of getting your speed back. And I don't like having to micromanage the aircraft to that extent. Like, I'd prefer it just be like the F5 where, you know... I mean, the F5, sometimes you do need to manually retract them just because they don't come back up by themselves quickly enough, but I feel like I have to in the F1.
Request refueling.
I don't know, I just, in general, don't trust the F1 for air-to-air stuff, to be real with you. When you rearm, they repack the chute? Yeah. That's pretty much standard across anything in DCS that carries a braking chute, is a rearm will repack it. I think the only things that you need to actually repair the aircraft to like, refill is the MiG-21's radar coolant. I think everything else in all the other aircraft automatically replenishes on a on a refuel rearm. So repair is something you only need if you break the plane, except in the MiG-21. And in the 21, I only run a repair every probably third or fourth sortie, assuming I survive that long, or when the radar starts telling me, hey, like, you've burnt up all my coolant, turn me off. That's when I'll run a repair. I don't do it every flight.
Rearming complete.
God, the Su-27 is such a good-looking aircraft. Oh, my tracker is a little sensitive. That's an awesome sight. I think this mission just goes even further to show how desperately we need this aircraft in full fidelity in DCS. It'd be so nice. I don't care how they make it happen, just as long as it's not some modernized bullshit full of fucking Imperial gauges and NATO instruments and disgusting modernizations. Just give me a MiG-29 model 912 or 913, please. Okay, we should have a while before the next wave of bombers arrive, maybe. Oh, actually, they might be coming in already. It has been about half an hour. 350 for 86. So I'm climbing out towards the east or the northeast, just generally so I'm not getting too close to their Tomcats while I'm climbing to altitude, because I really don't want to catch a Phoenix. You know, while I'm kind of not prepared to fight. It also gives me more more standoff between me and them, so when I actually do turn around to recommit, I've got plenty of space to accelerate. 29 accelerates fast, but you still need space to do it. We're going to start considering turning into them here. I'm now being locked from behind. Just probably a friendly, or one of them's way down south of where the others are. Oh, he's way low. Fucking Jesus. 314 for 129. It's the closest high contact. Right, we're gonna come out at burner and just mill climb it. And we're gonna not really commit on them. We're gonna hook around to the left, but we're gonna head southwest. Best altitude depends on what you're trying to do and what the conditions are. If you want to save fuel, as high as possible, usually around like 10 to 15 kilometers altitude, so about 35 to 45,000 feet, or probably 50,000 for the upper limit. If you're trying not to be seen on radar, as low as possible, but that has other problems like you burn through fuel really quickly and you're vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire. For beyond visual range combat, like what I'm doing here, you usually want to be anywhere between about, let's say like 5 and 15 kilometers, probably around 10 is where most people sit, so about 35,000 feet, somewhere in there. Because that way you have maneuvering options in the vertical, you have reasonable fuel use, you're able to accelerate to a good speed, your missiles are going to have their best possible range, so this is a good altitude generally for beyond visual range stuff, and the clouds in this mission just make it even more ideal. Usually in the MiG-29, I won't fly much lower than about probably 7 or 8 kilometers when I'm, you know, expecting an engagement. Sometimes, especially if I'm flying a long way, I'll fly even higher. I'll usually sit around 13, 14 kilometers. 328. And there's an F-15 with it. This could be a problem. Oh, they're with each other as well. Oh, this is a problem. There's another Tomcat about the same distance from a different heading too. Yeah, that's like a general sort of rule of thumb for any aircraft, altitude-wise. Different aircraft will have different altitudes they perform the best at, but usually, like, the sort of altitude for best fuel consumption, altitude for best missile range, stuff like that is pretty similar between different types. .330 99. Belly tank's empty, so we'll drop it. Looks like maybe that tanker's in front of us, or maybe more bombers. .328 for 85. They're now below me. This will be the F-15 probably. Looks like the Tomcat's turned away, which hopefully is good news. Hopefully he hasn't lobbed a Phoenix before turning away. Those are bombers coming in, but I've already committed on this fighter, so someone else is going to have to deal with the B-52s, and we just lost him. Oh, there he is. He's popping in and out because he's flanking. Oh. Shit. Got kind of intermittent contacts around in front of us. Looks like there's enemies possibly in with the bombers as well. This radar's kind of struggling. We're probably going to have to hardlock this guy soon so we can keep him. Something closer on the right, but I don't know if it's really a good idea to commit on that. You know what? We're going to go for the fighters in with the bombers. I think that's our best bet here. Those look like missiles. I'd say that's a Tomcat, and those are his Phoenixes. Okay, there we go. We got him. We're in danger from another fighter here. I'll just try and get some R60s off at these bombers and then we'll recommit. What's that? That's enemy. I think there's another fighter in here with us at least. Not sure why these R60s are being so picky. We'll try a launch overriding them. It should hopefully... Yep, they're still tracking. Yep, okay. There was a fighter there with us. The fighter wasn't getting called out by the EWR, which was very interesting. Not sure why that is. Maybe they hit the EWR and it still shows the bombers but not the fighters. No idea. But it was a productive flight. We killed some stuff. We'll load up for another one. I am genuinely, like, surprised that there's nobody, I mean literally nobody talking on Red. There's no comms, let alone a GCI. It just seems so, like,
Copy.
weird. Like they're shooting themselves in the foot, really. What did we actually kill? Oh, it was an F5. Interesting. So what was... I wonder if there was a Tomcat there as well, and those were the Tomcat's missiles I saw, but I went for the F5. Basically made ace in the span of 20 seconds and died a glorious death from the motherland. Yep. Like I said, if we had a GCI, we probably wouldn't be dying very much at all, but we got to kind of wade into it blind at the moment, which makes the 29 a little more vulnerable. The Su-27s have it a bit easier because they have their data link and they can actually have a better sort of picture of what's building in the air in front of them, whereas I'm having to rely on my own internal situational awareness display, which is not very well developed. I have quite poor situational awareness. Better than a lot of people, but that's not because I'm good, that's because, like, most people are shockingly bad. Like, holy fuck. Most people's innate sense of situational awareness is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly bad, and you realize that the longer you play things like DCS or you play other games which require those kinds of skills, you see just how bad the average person is at it. We've still got one engine spooling, but we can taxi on one, and by the time we're lined up on the runway, the second engine should be running and the damper should be dialed in, hopefully. If the damper isn't ready by the time we try and take off, we'll know about it. Incidentally, I wish that there was, and maybe if we had a full fidelity 29 we could do this, because there's probably a breaker for it somewhere in the cockpit. I wish there was a way we could disable the fucking stick kicker on this thing, where it kicks the stick forward when you hit 24, 26 degrees angle of attack, because this aircraft, by many accounts, is capable of a lot more than that, with no problems whatsoever, but the Air Force demanded that that limit be put on the aircraft just because they didn't want rookie pilots smearing themselves all over the ground with it. But supposedly the ones that they flew at Zhukovsky at the Gromov Flight Institute, they had theirs just disabled, and they were pulling all sorts of Hornet kind of shit, throwing the nose around. Because the MiG-29 aerodynamically can do it. That's why that nose bounce was happening while I was trying to pull the nose around on those B-52s. It's because I was hitting the AOA limit and it was kicking the stick forwards out of my hands. So if you've ever wondered why the MiG-29 nose bounces around when you're trying to turn really hard, that's why. It's because you're hitting that limit, and the angle of attack limiter system is telling the aircraft, hey, stop doing that, and it's pushing the stick forwards. In the real aircraft, you can override it. You have to use a very, like, significant amount of physical force on the stick to pull through it, but you can override it. But in DCS, there isn't an override, so you get that weird ratcheting effect. Okay, let's see if we can get out there and knock down the remainder of those bombers. Oh shit, there's a fucking Tomcat fairly close. Okay, we got 2 bombers there. That Tomcat's gonna be in amongst them. Hello, friend. Oh. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, there's something nasty happening off there. I don't really want to deal with that. That looks like a friendly's engaged with that Tomcat. Oh, maybe I could deal with that. Go help the friendly out. There's another 14 out there as well, it looks like. Well, we can see the bombers off the nose. I think, you know what? Friendly will have to keep the Tomcat tied down. We need to go for the priority target. We really... Oh, but they're so close. And they're coming for me now. Oh, no, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Stick with the bombers. Nope, we can't stick with the bombers because the Tomcats do indeed want a piece of us. Here he comes. Billy tank's empty. He's going to fire at me soon, probably, if he hasn't already. No? Is he aware of me? Is he going to react to me? Oh, he's turning around. Might be trying to draw me off for the others. Oh, I so badly want to double back on the bombers, but we'll stick with the Tomcat. Come on, come on. Come on. I feel like he might be baiting. Yeah, I'm dead. Yep. Okay. I thought I might get away with it, but no, he baited me into the other. Just don't have the situational awareness, man. I don't have the situational awareness. We really need a GCI, but I'm kind of... I want to fly. I don't really feel like hurting cats myself, so... Those bombers are all going to get through. I don't even know if anyone else is going to engage them.
Copy.
Yeah, PvP. A little bit of PvE. The bombers are...
Is that your
AI
climate
control.
chasing right now?
No, I just got shot down by a Tomcat. There's 2 Tomcats with them, like right on top of them. F1AE has Super 530, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. But I'm nowhere near confident enough with the F1 to take that. I mean, we might pick it up a bit later, but I want to stick with the 29 for now because this is what I know. And I'm quite happy taking on a Tomcat in this, just as long as I, you know, don't overextend myself. Hey, Gernard. Good to see you. Oh yeah, the talking RWR. And you get the INS, which I don't actually know how to set up, unless it's the same one as the Mirage 2000 has. I know how to set that one up, sort of. But, well, I guess you don't really need it. You can probably get away without it. Only play PvE from EU, but most populated servers are full wide. Don't enjoy their layout. I don't play PvE, to be honest. It just... the AI is too predictable. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still too predictable. I just don't get any enjoyment from shooting it down. At the same time, PvP can be a nightmare sometimes. The players whine and moan about everything. People do like really gamey exploity shit, but it's still, for me, is more interesting just because it plays out differently every time you fly. Oh, helicopter flying? Yeah, that makes sense. And helicopter PvE is not as big of a deal because, you know, you're not fighting them a lot of the time. Ground units, it doesn't really make much difference, but fixed wing stuff, I just don't really find PvE that engaging. I do helicopters from time to time, but mostly fixed wing. We got a friendly on top of whatever this guy is. It's a Tomcat. We're not getting call-outs for bombers, so maybe they've already been dealt with or they've despawned or something, I don't know. Zero 3-8. It's a Tomcat. I'm not sure what that is. Diving might be a friendly that he's engaging. I don't know. 037. Oh no, that was him. Shit. I think. Yeah, that's a Tomcat. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. I'm being hard locked. He's probably baiting me into something here. Okay, he bagged somebody. He is super fast. Come on, recommit on me, you shit. We should actually be able to catch him. I'm just worried he's going to bait me. Or he'll do the real big brain Tomcat maneuver, which very few people know to do, but it's... you get up to high speed like this and get the MiG-29 committed to a high speed chase, and then you dump your speed and pull a hard turn, because the 29 can't follow that. The 29 struggles to decelerate and turn hard enough in time. You're not getting away from me, you shit. Yeah, there it goes.
Предельная. Скорость предельная. Скорость предельная.
Catch that.
Скорость предельная. Скорость предельная.
Three, two, eight. It's not even that. They don't even have to pull that hard. They just have to pull hard enough that the 29 can't follow. Because remember, the 29's not only dealing with its own G limiter, it's dealing with fucking center of pressure shift at high speed. And it just cannot pull its nose because it doesn't have effective airflow over the tail. Like the MiG-21 around Mach 1.5 and above, the MiG-21 above Mach 1.5 cannot pull its nose because the center of pressure shift is just fucking with it. Two, 5, 2 for 40. And he's on the deck. Oh, please stay on the deck. We'll head his way, put some speed on, because that also carries me away from the others that are threatening at the moment. He might have some friendlies on him already. 2 for 5. Really in the weeds.
500 килограмм.
Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Shit, no. Dropped him. Come here, you shit. I'll have you. Is that? He's near our airbase, I think. Interesting. I'm not sure what he's hoping to achieve down there, but we'll go slap him in the face. He might be dead by the time we get there, though. He's not, in fact, dead. What the fuck? Interesting. He's very slow. Is he?
Fox to where? Secured 914.
Very confused Tomcat? Question mark? About to be a very dead Tomcat?
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи
We'll
в
give him an
набор.
R60
Переведи в
just
набор.
for completeness' sake. Because we're about to go rearm anyway.
Переведи в набор.
Oh, he pissed our Sams off.
Переведи в набор.
Cool! Time to rearm. Yeah, he flew right to our airbase.
Осталось 800 килограмм. Рубеж возврата. Осталось 800 килограмм.
Filtering by unit name gets the team separated in red blue. Yeah, I know. I just can't be asked to change the filtering.
Выпусти 6.
Yes, I know, Rita. Dumped my speed a little too early that time. Now red's starting to fill the place up. It's interesting. It sounds like, if you look at the briefing, it says that bombers come in twice an hour at the top of the hour and half past. It doesn't sound like a lot, but then you look at the time on your sorties and it's like, actually, there's a fresh wave about to come in. Feels like we just engaged a bunch. So it's a pretty intense setup. There we go, that was a better landing. The approach was still a bit sketch, but the landing was pretty decent. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, all done to shoot, cut the engines, and get rearmed. The wind just turned us around. It's not a super strong crosswind, but it's enough to turn the MiG-29 around on the ground.
Request rearming.
Copy.
So blue also have SAM sites, by the way, up around the mountains, just to stop us from getting too deep into their territory. Realistically, I don't really want to cross the border. There's not really much need to anyway. What? What? What the fuck? What was that? Hey, I am doing well. We're defending the, well, part of the Soviet Union, because for some reason the dirty NATO swine are flying from southern Russia. But we're doing an air defense mission. So we got to deal with a whole bunch of bombers coming across here. You can see the border there. We don't want to go on the other side of that. There's lots of nasty blue SAMs and other things lurking there. But this is our airspace. The weather is blizzard below probably 15,000 feet. So people are having to actually get up off the deck for once. And there's lots of cool BVR fighting happening. Old school BVR, the fun kind, the interesting kind. Should be done rearming me any moment now. There we go. Doing this on purpose at this point. This is probably going to be when a lot of streams happen now, Saber, because this is like evening my time. And once I'm actually working, you know, proper hours next week, streams are going to fit in around work. If I can even fit them in. I was hoping to get a stream done at the normal time tomorrow and actually play Armor for the first time in like 2 months now. But I got family visiting, so I can't get away with that one. Snow looks nice. Yeah, it's a full-blown blizzard. It's pretty cool. We got bombers inbound. I've been doing a little bit of everything Cold War. I was flying the MiG-19 yesterday, I was flying the Skyhawk, the F1 and the F5 the other week. Been flying a fair bit of the Warbirds. So yeah. Oh, off the taxiway, why not? Well done. All it's making me want to do is buy the Mirage. The F1. The F1's pretty cool, but be under no illusions, it is not a fighter. It sucks balls as a fighter. It's a good interceptor. It can kill bombers and stuff pretty well. It's good as a high-speed strike aircraft because it carries a actually surprisingly good bomb load and it's quite fast on the deck. But it is not much of a fighter. There's a few people I've encountered who can make it mostly work, but as a general rule, I'm not afraid of F1s. Like I am afraid of F5s or things like that. They aren't really all that. Certainly I can't figure out how to make it work in a fight. All I've been able to do with it is make slashing attacks when people are distracted or just pop them in the face with a radar missile. Only really see it as MiG-21 Plus, just better than it in every way. What, better than the 21 in every way? No, it's inferior to the MiG-21 in most respects. The 21 is far, 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 far better in a dogfight. Because the 21 weighs about probably 60-70% as much as the Mirage F1 does, and you can actually see outside. Like, if you think the MiG-21's got bad cockpit visibility, wait until you get the Mirage F1. It's fucking horrible. The radar is better, air quotes. Like, the radar has... You have a better chance of picking stuff up on the radar, and you can pick things up from farther away. However, the way the radar presents information to you is actually counterproductive in a dogfight. It's good for intercepting a bomber that's not maneuvering, but against a fighter, it's actually fucked. It will lead you astray. It'll lead you off target because it's trying to maneuver you for a proper intercept geometry. The MiG-21 and F5 radars are far and away superior for a dogfight. Like, I'll say it right now, I think once things get within visual range, the F5 and the 21 are both just completely flat out superior to the F1 in every respect. Because even the things that the F1 is superior in, they're not really useful. Like, the F1 can point its nose pretty well, but it doesn't matter when it needs time to actually do that. Like, it can get a pretty good angle attack going on, but it needs time to get the nose to come up, and then it can't regain energy. Like, it just bleeds energy too quickly. And it can't stand on thrust like the 21 can because it doesn't have thrust. I think the Corsair F100 are going to shake things up a bit. I think the Corsair for sure will. The F100, no. I don't think the F100 is going to shake things up much at all. I think it's going to be fucking awesome. I can't wait for it. But I think the F100 is going to get fucking bodied by anything that has wings and guns or a missile. The F100 is, shall we say, not the most fondly remembered aircraft when it comes to air-to-air engagements, put it that way. It didn't have the most auspicious combat record, and it spent most of its career doing air-to-ground stuff, because that was really the only thing it was suited to at that point. Like, if you think about it as the F100 and the MiG-19 are contemporaries, which they are, and if you think of them as counterparts, which is kind of true, the MiG-19 has just comically better thrust-to-weight ratio. It's about probably half the weight. It has less weaponry, sure. So the 19's a light fighter. It carries less weaponry. I think the F100, it's got a better top-end speed, but only barely. Like, it goes like 1.45, and the MiG-19 does 1.35 or something like that. But in practical terms, the MiG-19 is probably going to accelerate better. Oh, we waited a bit long to lift her off the ground there. It's picking up a new Cold War Red module. Would you assess the 15 or 19? I'd say probably the 19. The 15 is cool, but there's not a lot that you can really do with it in most servers. Like, if you get in on an F5 or a Skyhawk or something, especially if they're distracted by somebody else, you can school them. But if they have enough brains to just light their afterburner and fly away from you, there's nothing you can do because you don't have any missiles to shoot them down with. As opposed to the Sabre, where if they try and extend away, you just clap them with an AIM-9B, right? Can't do that in the MiG-15. So the MiG-15's a ton of fun, but it's more difficult to fly than the Sabre, particularly in a dogfight, and it just doesn't have that ability to stop people extending away from it. The MiG-17 might suffer that issue less, although it still won't have air-to-air missiles. But the MiG-19 can kind of do both. The MiG-19 can dogfight reasonably well. It can't throw its nose around too well, but it has a really good actual sustained turn rate. It's got amazing thrust, so it can really beast a lot of things in the vertical. And it handles the sort of typical DCS NASCAR race fight quite well. And it has the two missiles. If somebody tries to extend away from it and it can't catch them, it can at least clap them with those. So I'd say it's probably the more viable option. 60. There we go. It's like some friendlies might have got up and dealt with most of those bombers already, which is good news. '19 out accelerates it, but to put things in perspective, it's a supersonic jet that can outrate a Su-25, so that'll be funny. Has a good turn rate, does it? Interesting. So 25 sustained turn rates, what? With like 50-60% fuel and clean and one stage flap, it's combat or maneuvering flaps. Su-25 turn is about 16 degrees a second, something in that vicinity. Like, it's quite impressive. The MiG-19s is about 15 point something, or it should be. I think it might slightly overperform at the moment with certain conditions, but I just haven't had the time to fly a bunch more tests. Turn rate testing is, like, probably the biggest headache in the game, because it takes forever to get good data. Did I just lose connection, or did the server just restart? Our connection just dropped, I think. 4 AIM-9Js and something faster jets can't turn with. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But sustained turn rate is one thing. I don't know how it's instantaneous is going to be. I guess it's not that great. And so they might be able to use that against it, because that's also how you beat a Su-25. And also, to a degree, how you beat a MiG-19 is you know that they don't roll well and they don't throw their nose around very well, so you just scissor into them. Yeah, connection timed out. So I suspect, unless it actually has a good instantaneous turn rate, it might not be all that strong at the end of the day. But it always does come down to the same thing, which is, if you put a player that knows what they're doing and the strengths of their aircraft in that aircraft, and you take somebody that doesn't know what they're doing and put them in like a 21 or a 19 or even a fucking 29, it'll still clap the superior aircraft, just by virtue of its player not being, you know, brain dead. What are we theorizing? The F-100. Hello? Let me in? That was annoying. At least it didn't do it in the middle of a dogfight. What I can say for certain is it will not dominate, but not be helpless. Wide error bars, yeah, no. But it's, you know, it's fair. You can't say with 100% certainty, oh, it's going to be the best, or it's going to be the worst. You can just make general guesses. Like, it's why I don't say, like, you can't dogfight at all in the F1. You can, it's just not very good at it, and I personally don't think it's good at it. I think most of the MiG-21 guys are in agreement with me on that. It's not much of a dogfighter. I think Crazy G-Man's the only dissenting opinion among us, because he's actually kind of figured out how to work it. But yeah, like, it can dogfight, it's just not good at it. It's inferior to it, assuming pilot skill equal to the 21 and the F5. I suspect that's going to be how it is with the F-100. Like, it will be able to do it, but equal pilot skill, it won't do it as well as the 19. Oh, the server might have gone down. Rip. We'll give it a minute, and if it comes back up, we'll hop back in. F1 just has engine compared to F5. Even then, it's... like, the thrust to weight's not that different. It does have better thrust to weight than the F5, but it's not significantly better. What it does have, engine-wise, that surprised me, and it's really noticeable when I was flying with Crazy G-Man and Zach and Davey and some of the other guys in mixed formations, the F1 at mil power will walk away from a MiG-21 at mil power. Like, it just, because it's so clean, I guess, and the engine might put out more power at dry than, you know, relatively speaking, than the R25 does, it pulls away from you. You have to be in min burner for a MiG-21 to actually keep up with it while it's in mil. However, as soon as you light the burners, the MiG-21 is just fucking gone off like a shot, and the F1 won't catch up with it. It's very... I feel like the F1 is very similar to the F5 in a lot of ways. It's got the same generally clean aerodynamic sort of aspect where it picks up speed really easily and it doesn't want to get rid of it until you try and turn. Whereas the MiG-21 doesn't have that, because you're fighting all that induced drag off the delta. You know, like the 21, you have to be quite fast for it to really want to do anything. Because if you're, say, cruising at 500, 600 kilometers an hour, you've got enough angle of attack that wing's a giant air brake. Whereas if you're cruising at an equivalent speed in the F5 or the F1, they feel a lot happier. So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, but in a general sense, I feel like the F1 feels kind of like an F5 that's eaten a little too much at Christmas dinner. You can feel the extra weight. It's got that really awful fucking adverse yaw tendency, especially when it's loaded up heavily. but other than that, it has a very similarly bonkers rate of roll. It sustains a turn well like the F5 does. It has the same sort of rapid energy bleed when you're turning. It's a fun aircraft to fly. It's a really fun aircraft to fly. And I think with a few small differences, it would actually be a reasonably good fighter, but it's just at that kind of weird zone where it's not quite there. Yeah, the cockpit, if you had better visibility from the cockpit, which is somewhere even the MiG-21's superior, and if you had a radar scope layout more like the F5 or the 21, where it switches to a chase view when you lock somebody, that I think would really help it. You still got the extra weight that you have to fight, so it doesn't move quite as nimbly as the others, but those are the two big things I have trouble with, is actually seeing people or acquiring someone with the radar and using the radar to cue me onto where they are. Even with the little orange dot that tells you, hey, turn this way, they're over here, it's still not as intuitive. I'm used to just looking down at the radar scope, seeing, oh, okay, they're top left of the scope, that means I have to turn left and they're above the nose. Like, the way that the MiG-21 and F5 radars cue you onto a target that you've got locked is fucking outstanding for a frontline fighter. Like, that is so intuitive and so quick and easy to work with compared to what the F1 does. And I think almost more than the increased agility and the decreased size and all the other things that make them more agile and harder targets than the F1 is, I feel like that is the defining difference between them. The F1's radar is very much, along with all its symbology and the way the HUD cues you on stuff, it's set up to cue you onto bombers, whereas the F5 and the MiG-21, they're set up to cue you onto a maneuvering target. Also, it looks like the server did not in fact go down, I just had my internet tell me to go eat shit, apparently. Just functionally irrelevant without missiles that can seek... Nope, incorrect, wrong. It is very relevant, because you can use it to figure out which direction they're going to merge down the side of you so that you don't lose eyes in the merge. You can use it to find shit that you can't visually see and set up your intercept geometry, because you don't have to put them in the center of the scope to go head on. You can put them on the edge of the scope, so you're offsetting, and then commit into them, right? Like, you can use that scope to set up your intercept geometry, and because it's telling you how far they are from you, you can figure it, like, if you're good enough to do the maths in your head, you can figure out the angle on the fly. Same with the MiG-21. It's really, really good. Like, you don't necessarily need a, oh, my MiG-29 slot got occupied. I guess we are flying the F1EE now. Yeah, like, you don't necessarily need to be able to make a head-on shot with a missile for that. And the thing is that, if you do have a head-on missile, but not a radar missile, like a P5, for example, it still helps you because it sets you up for the geometry and it gives you the in-range cue. Closure rate, everything. Like, you get so much information from that radar that's really genuinely useful. This is the first time I think I've ever flown in this thing, so... What is this cockpit view? Oh my god. Why is it... Oh no, I don't have it bound. Fuck. Hopefully, I can import binds from the CE and it won't shit the bed. So this is throttle. I didn't even think of that. Where the fuck is it? F1CE. Yeah, I think it's working. Although that looks like it's reversed. Okay, so this is stick. There'll be some additional stuff to bind in this probably, but I don't really care to set that up because it's all going to be shit that I'm never going to use, like fucking air-to-air refueling. I just need the basic setup. Sat crosswinds. And then I don't really need access for this because it doesn't have any axes on it, but VPC panel. Okay, let's just test some stuff. Yeah, it looks like it works. Happy days, okay. There we go. Jesus, that's more like it. However, what's it? Shift control. That to bring my view back a bit. Probably not that far. And then I must be sitting, I don't know, this view feels different, like I'm sitting higher than I usually am in the F1. Or maybe I got it angled down more in the CE, I don't know. I feel like I would actually have it angled up. I might have the view. It does feel like it's sitting kind of high. Like the seat's raised or something. You know what, we're just going to go ahead and lock it there, and hopefully that's the right keybind, I forget. And I can always adjust it later, I just need to get the aircraft set up. Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't really feel right. I guess we're sticking with... I guess we'll stick with the Iranian liveries. What do we got for weapons? Yeah, we'll chuck the magics on. And then we are intercepting stuff, so we want big boys. Can you put the big boys on the center line? No, you can't. You can only do the torpedoes. Kind of makes sense. Super 530Fs. There we go.
Request rearming.
RWR display right there.
Copy.
Now I've got to get used to where all the shit they moved around the cockpit is, because the layout's different than the CE. To make room for the RWR amongst other things. Will you... Oh, those are two separate buttons now? What the fuck? Shut up. Yeah, I feel like my view's set up differently to what it normally is. I'll have to compare with the fucking CE and figure out where I've got the camera pointed. Right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, they fucking munted the layout on this thing. Yeah, the layout is very different. Holy shit. Bruh.
Avión. Avión.
There's a extremely Spanish RWR. Okay. What's this? That's the
Avión.
UV. Guess we'll just crank that up to there. Right. We want our... Oh my... Good God. They just took shit and put it wherever. The layout's completely different. That panel there is oriented fucking vertically in the same place on the CE. And this is over here. Like, they just shove shit wherever, I guess. What the fuck, man? I think that's the fuel dipper. Fucked if I remember.
Avión. Avión. Avión.
What's it whining at me about? Temperature in the equipment bay? Bro, I turned the fucking shit on, didn't I? That's not what I wanted. Nope. Oh! Wait. Oh, it's probably whining because it's actually cold outside. Fuck, man, I don't know.
Avión. Avión.
Alerta.
Okay, let me figure out. You know what? I reckon I know what the issue here is, why it feels weird. So I think in the F1, I usually have it set up like...
Avión.
this, something like that. So I can see... I don't know, man. Fuck. It just... My track IR feels weird in this thing after flying the CE the other day. Like, something's not right here. We'll have to deal with it. It's still bitching at me about something. Where's the fucking thing that gets this to work? I don't know what any of that does. That's for the... That's the radar? Okay, so this is the... This is off, standby, emit. This is the emergency fucking something button. Sakura's, like, emergency. 4 bar and 1 bar scans. This is usually attached to this down the right side, and this is usually here where the fucking INS is. I'm not even going to bother setting the INS up, I don't think. Oh! It is kind of like the one in the Mirage 2000. I might be able to... We might be able to do it.
Avión.
Maybe? Okay. Is this going to show my start position? I bet it's not. Yeah, we have charts, but, like, I don't care. I want to know my actual start position.
Avión.
No, it doesn't show it. Okay. Oh, we're at Sanaki. So that's what? 421438. That's not the button I wanted to press. 42... Let me check again. North 421438. Hello?
Avión.
Oh, I know it. No, okay, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. We're not... Oh, present position. There we go. There we go. I think that's what that is. We're just going to assume it's already dialed in and we're going to roll with it. See if I give a shit. Status. Hello?
Amenaza.
Hard to guess, but the asterisk starts the alignment. Hello? Are you gonna...
Avión.
It's in a line.
Avión.
There we go, a line. It's blinking. What the fuck is this game? It's DCS. Normally, I'm flying an aircraft I actually understand how to operate to some degree, but we're going to be using the most important thing in the aircraft very much in this one.
Avión.
Okay, what's it whining at me about now? Okay, it's not whining about the temperature in the equipment bay anymore. That's a good start. We're not going to freeze all our avionics on us. What's the alignment take in this fucking thing? ALR is a rapid alignment. It's like 4 times faster than ALN. Ah, okay. I will try and remember that next time. Oh, it's... Okay, you know what? It's probably not going to like me doing that, but, you know, fuck it. I don't care. It's probably too late now. It's probably not going to like me doing that.
Avión.
Hey, Meligo.
Amenaza.
Avión.
Yeah, we'll just leave that for now. I've got to figure out where all the shit in this aircraft is anyway. Yeah, I can just ignore it. I think that's what we're going to do. We're just going to ignore it because, like, I don't give a shit. Oh, there we go. It's gone turbo mode now. So present position, we'll go nav. Fuck it. See if I give a shit. Yep, Mirage. F1EE. I've only flown the CE so far, so I'm very confused at the moment because I don't know where 90% of my shit went. Oh, shut up, AI. Which radio is that coming through? Maybe that one? No, it's coming through 124 apparently. Okay, well, whatever. I guess we'll just have to ignore that we're getting spammed by picture calls.
Avión.
Now, the next question is how the fuck do I get my gyro to actually work? My directional gyro. There must be an unlock for it. It's not. Is it this? No, it's not that, because it's still flagged out. It must be near it somewhere, because it was on the CE. Why did they move so much shit around? We might top off the... you know what? We won't need to top off the fuel tanks, because this thing carries so much fuel anyway. We wouldn't have burnt that much sitting on the ground. See, no, the Mirage 2000 has fucking good ergonomics. Like, the 2000's actually got good ergs. It's just this thing. The F1 in general has shit ergonomics, and the F1 CE has, I would say... I don't know if I even say the CE has better ergonomics, just that they're different. I'm used to them versus this. Okay. That's the nose wheel steering. Doesn't even use the same text label as a CE, you just have to guess. Good thing I know just enough French to know what steering is. Oh my god. Oh, here we go. Pilot-induced oscillations. The crosswind isn't helping. There we go. Puppies. Thank you. It's still screeching at me about something down there, but I don't really care. It's probably INS related. Cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Fuck. We've only just got off the ground and I already feel mentally overloaded in this thing. And no IFF on this thing, so we're probably gonna team kill. 347. Good thing, like, there has to be. Oh! It's doing something. Okay, I guess the HSI is working at least, kind of. Just be an on switch. yeah, that would be helpful. Thing 060-ish. The compass and that don't agree. It gets better missiles. It also has air-to-air refueling and an INS, which is better for like multi-role stuff. But in this mission, the primary attraction of it is the better missiles. Oh, fuck, hello. Well done. I'm being tracked. I'm probably going to get shot down by whatever's escorting these guys. And all my own stupidity. Okay, what's it tracking? Wreckage! Wonderful. Well, this is a very good intercept, going totally fine. Whom's to you? Oops, that's not what I want. This is what I want. What's that? That's a friendly 21. We don't want to lock him. Yeah, he's flaring. Sorry, dude. My bad. Hey, Rammstein. I've got some in the playlist. It'll come up if it comes up. It's the fucking glory hole in the cockpit. That thing, that's so you can actually read the radar scope without sun glare.
Avión. 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 Avión.
Is that 21 in amongst that group, or is that... I can't fucking tell, man. Ideally, I want to look something off to the left that isn't going to be a MiG-21. That should be... No, that's friendly. Fuck me, man. Okay, that's enemy.
Avión.
See why I was so much happier in the MiG-29? It was so much more user-friendly. Are you going to track it? Okay, you look like you're tracking. That's a good sign.
Avión.
Hey, we killed something.
Avión. 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 Avión.
Ah, someone else got it first. Okay. What the fuck was that maneuver? Somebody else got it, I guess? Yep. Something got it. Yeah, right. Okay, I don't think there's any still up. I think it's all friendly fighters in amongst them, I hope. Nearest enemy fighter being called out is a Tomcat, like 70 odd miles away, so... That looks like a 19. That is a 19. That 21 will still be here as well. Okay. We're going to RTB, and it'll be interesting RTBing in this because unlike the MiG-9, oh sorry, the MiG-29, I don't have a waypoint that tells me, hey, this is how you get home. Because my dumbass probably should have set up the TACAN for Coboletti. I think it has one, but it did not occur to me to do that. Yeah, cloud's volumetric. What? Can you... Why doesn't it want to... It really isn't happy with me, apparently. Oh, it's probably because I'm too fast. Yeah. Nope. There we go. Yeah, it's too fast. It's too close to transonic, so it wouldn't have the right reference information for altitude. War Thunder, the Mirage F1C got IFF radar even in the MTI mode. Yeah, I mean, well, War Thunder isn't known for actually doing things correctly, is it? I need to throttle back a bit, otherwise the autopilot's gonna just throw a fucking tantrum the whole time. See how much, like, more of a pain in the dick this thing is to manage than any of the Soviet aircraft? Why is this song not working? Okay, well this one's working. Looks like one of the other songs in the playlist, which I would not expect to get embedding disabled, got embedding disabled. Okay, what's the TACAN for... Oh, we're flying from Sanaki, aren't we? 31 X-ray. We're headed straight for it anyway. 31 X-ray. Then I gotta remember how to switch to the TACAN mode in this. I'm so fucking confused. I wonder... Oh, right, because I need to range it out more. That is a lot less useful than I expected it to be. Never mind. Yeah, shush. Betting on the F4 being stupid simple. I don't know about that one, Chief. It would probably be a little less nightmarish, especially coming from the other Western aircraft, or, well, Western American aircraft, but I doubt the F4 is going to have very good ergonomics. It's probably going to have pretty fucking shit-awful ergonomics, to be honest with you. And yeah, the F1's on red 4 because people complain if it's not. They're like, oh, well, how come blue has all the full fidelity shit? It's not even really balanced, because the F1's not that good. I guess the best argument for balance is that it gives red a kind of okay strike aircraft, because obviously the Su-25's slow, and the MiG-21 doesn't carry much of a payload. But that's about it. When the Su-17 or 22 or whatever comes out, whenever that happens, red won't need the Mirage anymore. I mean, they arguably don't even need it to begin with, but they definitely won't need it then, because the Sukhoi will be better at the job that red uses this for anyway. Tended to do its balance the F4 with Sparrows. The F4 with Sparrows is not going to be all that, especially at low altitude where everyone's going to try and use it. It's going to fucking suck at low altitude, if it's done correctly. Well, we found the airfield. The F1 was on red since it released, more or less. on the Syria mission. On the Caucasus missions, it was on blue from release. And this is the only Caucasus mission with it on red, I think. Or at least, I haven't played the other ones for long enough that it may have switched since, but when I played them last, it was still blue. We got the Gerben going for the landing. Watch me fuck this up. Really fuck this up, Jesus Christ. Oh, the mirrors probably aren't turned on by default. Oh, no, they are? They're just shit, I guess? Yeah, the right mirror appears to be bugged. The left mirror works okay. Hello, can we turn left, please? Jesus Christ. Did my shoot deploy? I don't think it did. Jesus Christ, man. I did. It didn't fix it. It's a bug. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to fix it. Jesus Christ, man. This thing is... People say the MiG-21 is hard to fly that's trying to kill you. Like, the MiG-21 is a fucking puppy compared to the F1. Just by, like, any sane metric. The MiG-21 is the easiest fucking thing to fly on Earth compared to this. I mean, it's genuinely easy to fly, but... Especially compared to the F1. Holy fuck. Oh, I landed with takeoff flaps instead of full flaps. My bad. How low? What, on the landing gear? Not that low. It's got chicken legs. Like, it's got really, really long landing gear legs, but they're set quite close together, so it has a really high center of gravity, and it tends to wobble a lot. It's kind of like the MiG-23, except the 23s are set wider, and the 23 seems to sit much lower to the ground than the F1 does. What a truly fucking horrifying experience. Let's do it again.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
Oh, Robbo's in a 29. Nice. See, I'd feel a lot more comfortable in the 21 than this thing. Even engaging Tomcats, I am a lot more at home in a MiG-21. I will happily engage a Tomcat in a MiG-21. I've done it plenty of times. But in this thing, oof.
Refueling complete.
It's a bit of an aggressive takeoff there. Okay.
Avión.
Off we go again. Can we turn this thing around in this amount of space? I think we can.
Avión.
Oh yeah, we can. Probably should taxi down the other end and take off from that direction, since that seems to be the consistent direction most people are using the runway, but I kind of can't be asked. This is 27 here. We'll just try not to hit him.
Avión.
Amenaza.
Avión.
It's nearly a tail strike.
Avión.
Amenaza. Amenaza.
Avión.
315.
Amenaza.
Avión.
30 miles.
Amenaza. 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 Amenaza.
Avión.
Amenaza.
Oh god. He's coming.
Avión.
Say that's probably him there.
Amenaza. Amenaza. Amenaza.
We're so dead.
Avión.
I still can't lock him.
Amenaza.
Hello, radar?
Avión. Avión.
Amenaza. Amenaza. Amenaza.
Avión.
Oh, we were diving a bit there. Whoopsie daisies.
Avión.
Amenaza. Amenaza.
Avión.
I'm so dead.
Amenaza. Amenaza.
If he doesn't get me, the ships will. Diving again. 294 for 15.
Avión. Avión.
Amenaza. Amenaza.
I would very much like to not be in the overcast while doing this, I'm going to be real with you. Oh, right on cue. Too bad I still don't know what this guy is. 278 for 14.2, 10,000.
Avión. Avión.
Amenaza. Amenaza.
Come on, you piece of shit radar. Give me something to play with here. We're dead. We're so dead. We are so fucking dead.
Amenaza. Amenaza.
6 miles. Oh my god.
Amenaza.
Avión.
Alerta. Amenaza.
Avión.
Amenaza. Amenaza. Alerta. Amenaza.
Avión.
Alerta. Amenaza. Alerta. Alerta. Alerta.
And now we're gonna overspeed the engine.
Avión.
Alerta.
Misil.
Alerta. Amenaza. 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 Amenaza.
Avión.
Amenaza. Alerta.
Misil.
I'm so fucking dead.
Avión. Misil. Avión.
Fucking stop launching at me, Jesus! Oh. Oh, there he is. That's good to know. Excellent. Wonderful. Please leave me alone. Oh my god. How many fucking missiles does this cunt have? What the fuck? Bro, go away! Another... Oh my god. I think I'm actually being chased by 2 or 3 Tomcats, and they're all just spamming missiles at me. I want to recommit on him, but I can't. Because I keep getting missiles launched at me. Another one! What? How? Bro, how? I mean, I'm ball draining their Tomcats here, getting them to waste missiles in a very dumb way, but still. I'm going to catch a Sidewinder sooner or later. I am very much within Sidewinder range now. Alright. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I have no countermeasures left, by the way. One, 5, 2. It's behind me. Oh, hello, hello, Mr. Tomcat. Fuck my life. He will win this fight because I don't think I can outrate a Tomcat, and my engines are gonna shit the bed. I mean, maybe I can get away with it if I'm really lucky. Someone please help. Oh, there's another F1 here. He's gunning at me. Oh! Thank you, based F1 bro. 2 F1 bros. Kings. Oh my god. Yeah, absolute fucking idiot, but there you go. That's the intellect of your average F14 player right there. How are we going on fuel? Probably pretty bad. Oh, 1500 kilos, not bad. 347. 347 for whatever distance that was. I wasn't paying attention. No, that wasn't AI, that was a player. AI is not stupid enough to do that. Tomcat players are a special breed, I'll say that much. Some of them are really good. Most of them are really incredibly bad. Yeah, he should have killed me long before I could get a good visual sight on him. Like, he should have killed me with missiles way before that happened. And then he should have easily gunned me before that happened. And then he shouldn't have chased me so far towards our own airfields. Like, nothing he did there was in any way sensible. But again, TomcatPlayers.txt. Hey there, bud. What are you? Oh, there's 2 of them. It's 35 miles out, off the nose, and way above me. Oh, there's a whole group. Is that bombers, maybe? I reckon it is. 359 for 31. Angels 23. Flank right. Alright. We're probably going to blow through the rest of our fuel here, but I'd like to at least get a shot on something. Yeah, that was a really bad Tomcat player. Oh, there's a... Okay, Tomcat's dropped off picture, but there's an F5. That might be him. But because I don't have IFF, I have to go visually identify this guy. For 19.6. You know what? I reckon that's probably him. Or the thing diving, maybe? That's a bomber is what that is. Flank left. That's the Tomcat flanking left. Shit. And I lost sight of it. Fuck, man. This thing is so much of a pain in the dick to have to use. Whoops, that's not the right button. What are you? It's a bomber. We're just gonna launch. I'm gonna get clapped here by their escort, but I kind of don't care at this point. We need to stop these, so if I have to lose the aircraft to do it, then whatever. Not sure if that hit what I was actually aiming at, but whatever. Hello? That took a while to get turned, Jesus. Yeah, actually killing F-14s with these. Fuck knows how they did it. Because I sure couldn't. It's 29. It is, yeah. It's quite a few. This guy might already be going down, but I just want to make sure we get the finisher. And we've got plenty of guys having a feeding frenzy above us, so kind of leaves us free to do this. He's gone. Looks like the escort might have been dealt with, so we might actually be able to... Haha! 540 kilos of fuel. We got probably one more gun pass, and then we need to get the fuck out. In fact, we probably need to get the fuck out, like, now. But we do need these bombers dead. just got hit.
Avión. Avión.
21, 21. I think that's all of them.
Avión.
We can head home.
Avión.
Okay, there might be a fighter in here now.
Avión.
Oh yeah, there's fighters headed this way. We're gonna get the fuck out. Yeah, really. So yeah, welcome to the F1. I really like the plane. Like, it's fun to fly, it's cool, all that stuff, but fuck, it is a piece of shit for actually fighting in. On the plus side, I think our TACAN is actually working now. Thank Christ.
Avión. Avión. Avión.
And we're actually quite close to home, so we might get away with this, even though we've got basically no fuel. 400 kilos isn't too awful.
Avión.
Yep, looks like the escorts are turning up.
Avión.
Now, to be fair to the F1, I haven't read the manual for the EE anyway. I've had a look through the CE manual and took in precious little of it. But, you know, I think even someone who had read the manual cover to cover and internalized it probably would still be running into a lot of the same problems, simply because this aircraft just has poor ergonomics. It really isn't cut out for what people are going to use it for in DCS. With the GCI, again, like anything, it would be less painful, but, you know, even aircraft that tend to rely heavily on GCI, like the 21 or the 29, are still less sensory overload to deal with than this is. I'll be fucked if I can see what's going on outside. We should be pretty much next to the airfield now. Allegedly, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. I do see it. Okay, never mind. I think the mission's gonna restart pretty shortly. I think. In fact, I think it's probably in the process of restarting now. Because it's getting stuttery and it's not coming back to me with the status report.
Avión.
Yep, okay, there goes the restart. Oh man. That was actually terrifying. I feel so out of my depth in this thing. Just give me my 29 back, please. I think there were two shooting at me, Envy. I think I may have ball drained two Tomcats there. Kind of like that one time on one of Alpin's special missions where I had, like, I think 15 Sparrows shot at me and I dodged all of them. the wonders of MiG-29s at full afterburner. Just say no to the missiles and fly away from them. Okay, I think the server's restarting. Oh, yep, it just restarted. Excellent. We can get in on the ground floor and get ourselves a Su-27, maybe. I feel like I need a bit of a reprieve, a bit of easy mode after that. That was absolutely horrifying. Okay, there we go. There's 227 slots and I just got the second one. Thank God. Okay. I need to actually set a custom loadout up for this. Sorbitziers. Can I not carry... I guess I can't carry R73s on this, but that's okay. We will PVO it. 6 and 5.
Overlord 1-1, passing waypoint 1 at 10,000.
Yeah. We'll have to leave those empty, I guess. Not going to bother with the Sorbitziers. Since we are dealing with bombers, I will take 6 missiles instead of 4. When I was flying this on Tempest's server, I found that the 4 big missiles and then 2 R73s was a really good loadout because you drop so much drag with that loadout compared to normal, and the aircraft just flies so much better.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
Where are we flying from? Oh, we're flying from Coboletti. Okay. No ER or ET. No 73s either. Yeah, it's because Blue Forward whine if we got ERs. Well, they especially whine about ETs, and to be fair, like, you know, IR missiles can still see through clouds, so they are kind of dumb, especially in a scenario with this weather. But the ERs, there really shouldn't be a argument against the 27s getting those. At least, you know, 2 of them or something. And before anyone tries it, the R27 ER was in service before the end of the Cold War. It was in service by the late 80s. There is photographic evidence of it. Don't come at me with that. It didn't have them until 1990 whatever, because it's bullshit. With Soviet stuff, date that it entered service and date that it was actually in service are usually not the same thing. I've brought this example up before, but for instance, the Yak-28P, the interceptor variant of the Yak-28, never entered service in an official capacity. In actual real-world capacity, there were several PVO regiments equipped with it for over a decade. It was in widespread service, but on the books, it was never in service. Guessing there'll be 24T bitching? Oh, I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Are they still fueling me? Oh yeah, they are. It's still filling up very slowly. Okay, we should start getting missiles in a moment here. This is the downside of the Su-27. She takes a while to load up. It's your radar controls, by the way. Scan zone left, scan zone center. The one noisy sensor in my whole setup is in the thing I use for Zoom. Scan zone left, scan zone center, scan zone right. This is your delta H, your difference in altitude between you and where you want to scan. This is automatic or manual guidance for the radar. So this is the handoff for the GCI. This is illuminate off. LD is, I think, the rangefinder, because this has a laser rangefinder for close combat, same as a MiG-29. This is automatic and manual locking, which in DCS is not something you can fuck with. It just does automatic with certain modes, like it couples it to certain modes. APK, I can't remember what it stands for. I think it's like some sort of anti-jamming filter. PPS, ZPS is engagement sphere. So PPS is frontal engagement, ZPS is rear engagement, AVTO is automatic, obviously. And then I forget what this does. As a the or as a the. This is probably something to do with maybe azimuth and speed or azimuth and distance. It's probably some form of like control over what scanning regime it uses. And where's your GCI panel on this? I think it's on the left. Yep. This is, wait, no, that's your missiles. This is your GCI panel. So this is where you'd put in like what channel you're on. No, sorry, I'm dumb. This is it. The one below. So yeah, wave, cipher, Rasmus. I don't remember what that's short for. But this is the sort of end boss form of the Lazur panel you see in other Soviet fighters and interceptors. So it's quite sophisticated. There's a lot more happening in this cockpit than the MiG-29. First time flying the 29 in years. Slapped same Tomcat twice in one life. Feels good. Nice. I on my first sortie, I bagged a Tomcat with a 27R and bagged Drewski with a 60M off the helmet, like within probably a couple seconds of each other. But then a third Tomcat got me, so I overextended. You won't be able to see it from inside, but we're rocking my favorite Su-27 livery, which is the early style scheme, with the green radome. Your boy forgot his nose while steering. Green radome and green radio antenna housings on the tail. There's just something that looks right about a Sukhoi aircraft with green dielectric housings. Hopefully we don't crash into anyone coming the other way. Ooh, S125. Beautiful. We might also get the landing and taxi lights on, just so that when we come in next time we've got some light so people can see us. Uppies. Range that out to probably 80. Okay, we'll climb northeast. Now that I actually have a data link page, this should make life a little bit easier. Although the fucking aliasing is terrible. I think that the way they fixed the DLAA fucking with screens and HUDs and stuff is they just made it not apply to the layer that screens and HUDs render on, which is okay, understandable, but it kind of plays havoc with this. I am pretty tempted to go back to MSAA next time I restart the game, to be honest. It's annoying. Like, they all have their trade-offs, but the one that worked best for me, the SSAA, is not something that works with multi-core, so can't have that anymore, sadly. Okay. Three, 1. So we'll head about 035, and then we can hang a more or less a 90-degree left turn and then dogleg right to put us on an intercept. There's Sanaki down there. Yellow tinted windshield goes hard with the High Fleet soundtrack. Yeah, it does a bit, hey. I don't fly the Su-27 that much these days. Like, it's a cool aircraft, and it's definitely a lot easier to deal with in PvP than the MiG-29, but it just, because it does have the fly-by-wire, it's just a little too placid for me. The 29's got more, like, it protests more, it makes you learn how to fly it, whereas this, you just kind of don't have to put much thought into it. I kind of like that about the 29, it's a much more raw aircraft, much more brutal. You don't have the fuel or the weaponry to hang around too long. You've got to get in, make your attack, and get out. But it's always nice to come back to the Su-27 for a bit. Fly it around every now and then. Oh, hey buddy, 29 next to us. The cons are forming quite low, probably because of the temperature. It's cool seeing them all pop out of the clouds like that. Has there been much discussion in Cold War community in regards to the F4 release? What's the consensus on preventing one side from being too OP or all F4s? Consensus on preventing it from being all F4s, I don't know, to be honest. Too OP, I don't think that's going to be too much of a concern for air-to-air. Air-to-ground it might be. The F4 is probably going to be really good in air-to-ground, because you just carry so much shit and it's relatively quick. Air-to-air, I think people are severely overestimating the aircraft. At high altitudes, it's got a reasonably good loadout of missiles to play with. The radar won't suffer too badly at altitude, but near the deck, it's going to suck if they model it correctly. Like, it's not going to be good near the deck. It's going to get fucking rolled by everything it fights, pretty much. Like, the 21, the F5 are much smaller, harder to see targets. They're much more agile. Like, the F4 has a good sustained turn rate. It can throw its nose around surprisingly well from what I've read, but it's still a large aircraft. It weighs like 2 or 3 times what the light fighters weigh. So it's going to take time to shift around. It's going to be predictable and lumbering. It's going to be, I think, a lot like the Mirage F1. It'll look really good on paper, and people will whip themselves into a fucking hype frenzy about it, and then within a week of it coming out, none of them will fly it anymore, and some of them will be complaining that they want to refund it. Because then they're going to realise it's not actually all that good for air-to-air stuff in the context of DCS. In the context of real life, the way it was operated, it would be really good, but DCS isn't real life, and most missions are not set up anything like the engagements the F4 really flew. And that's why aircraft like the F4, or like the Mirage F1, don't live up to their, you know, their reputations in DCS. Yeah, acceleration really matters, way more than speed in a lot of cases, and guess who tends to have the best accelerating aircraft? Because they have the highest thrust-to-weight ratios, and they tend to be quite slick aerodynamically. If the F1 or the F5 had better engines in them, they'd actually be really, really good in that regard. Because they're such clean designs aerodynamically, but they're just so underpowered. Tomcat, locking us from 3 fucking postcodes away. You'll love to see it. I'm gonna go fuck with him while someone else deals with the bombers, I think, because he's just asking for it. He is genuinely asking for it. When I see a Tomcat player doing that, I assume they're really stupid, and usually they are. You have to be very special to hard lock somebody from 200 fucking kilometers away. Like, genuinely really fucking special. Popped off the event, it's flying the F5. Yeah, I've done a bit of MiG-29, a bit of Mirage F1, and now we're in the Su-27. It's been fun so far. Had the most fun in the 29 so far, but that's kind of to be expected. I've got these 2 guys off my right side. They got friendlies they're going to commit on, but I don't feel very safe with them there. So I'm going to hook to the left. So does the F-14, F1, and F4. Yeah, but they're probably going to leave the F1 on red, at least until the 23 appears. And the 23 is going to be a lot better than people expect it to be. Like, it's not going to be Jesus. By the way, I have a correction to make. The acceleration time on the 23 between Mach numbers, turns out it was muddled up with something else. It's not 100 seconds, it's 160. So it's on par with a clean F-15 in DCS, or 10 seconds slower than a MiG-29. In other words, it's still going to completely shit on everything else it faces. It's just not quite so like, oh my god, what the fuck is this UFO shit? But yeah, like, the 23 is going to be genuinely a lot better than people expect, I think. If it's, you know, if it's as it should be. And in the meantime, I'm not hugely concerned about the F4. I'm scared of Tomcats if they're not brain dead, like the guy that's locking me from 200 kilometers away. F1s, when I fight them, it depends. If they get me into a rate fight, it's a problem because they can actually win that domain, but if they're, you know, if it's anything else, I'm not too concerned. Okay, we're gonna just break off that guy because he's realized he's fucked up and he's being chased by probably a 29, looking at how quickly it's catching up to him. So we're just gonna recommit on the main clusterfuck that's happening over here. Oh, would you looky there. Might actually drop that lock. And we'll go back to track while scan. Try and get it to grab somebody else. It's like the friendlies are in amongst the bombers, so we're just gonna probably stick with the fighters at the moment. Although we're struggling to hold them. This other guy on the left might be the better target for me. Oh. No, he's turning away. We'll stick with this. Yeah, exactly. APOC. And something that a lot of people still don't realize, DCS models don't know if it's intentional or if it's just a bug that happens to mimic real life. If you fire into a clusterfuck, even with a semi-active missile, it will have a very high chance of tracking the wrong thing. If there's something between you and your target, or there's something it likes the reflection of better, it'll go for that. I've seen it happen multiple times. It happened to me once in the 29, so even the FC3 stuff does it. I saw Ligma do it in a Tomcat. He killed an A10 that was not what he was shooting at. Wasn't even that close to what he was shooting at. So yeah, it happens. It's something to be careful with. Okay, this clusterfuck is getting a little bit... We're gonna... having trouble picking up this guy. There's a friendly merged in with one of these. Probably helps to wind the fucking range back on the radar, Jesus. They're all below me, that might be why. That's friendly. That's friendly. That's not. Not sure what that was, it just flew under me, but... we've got somebody behind us too. Okay, this guy's gonna give me a shot here. Unfortunately, it's really close to a friendly. This is a risky shot, but we're going to take it, because he got the friendly anyway. Looks like an F-15. Yeah, it's an F-15. We'll give him one of these just to think about, just in case he ditches the 27R, which I think he did. Sonic boom. Something behind, apparently. We might be clear now. Yeah, that's friendly. I think we're clear. Cool. That looks like the bombers got mopped up pretty well. Still got one. It's got friendlies all over it. Oh, no, it's dead. Never mind. Still got plenty of fuel. We still got 4 missiles to play with. 232 for 87, if you say so. I didn't catch the altitude, though. I would say that's probably him there. $239. Yeah, that'll be him. Maybe? Oh, he's really low though. Yeah, it's probably him. It's not purely hot on me, but he probably will turn in. Getting locked from behind, probably a friendly. Hasn't figured out I'm friendly yet. It's C's. i.e. ones that are actually fit for purpose when it comes to this kind of thing. The E would not cope well with this, it's too fat, too slow. It does have a properly simulated radar, but beyond that... Right, he's committing on me. He's also fucking in the weeds, apparently. Which is good news for me. We're gonna jink into him. Hey, buddy. Oh, yeah, now you're gonna turn away. Unfortunately for you, you're down in the weeds, so you don't actually get to go that fast. I do. I should overtake him quite happily. And we got the fuel to stay in burner for a while yet, so unless he drags me into something, we're good. I got a conga line of friendlies coming up behind me as well to help out. Oh, he's gonna recommit now. You're dead. You're so dead. Bye-bye, Tomcat. Get back above this cloud a bit. That's cute. It's another Tomcat from 80 odd kilometers away, hard locking. That's probably him. I'm gonna do something stupid. Fuck it. You want a piece? You get a piece. $329. Oh, he's dropped down. Or somebody else got him and another one's coming in. What an absolute clusterfuck on the data link, Jesus Christ. We got a closer one. Why are these tomcats all down in the weeds? Look at this. They think hiding in the clouds is gonna fucking save them or something? Hey, Sabian. Okay, he's got a friendly in with him. I don't want to fire into that and hit the friendly. Okay, friendly dropped off. So we might need to fire into that. See how we go. Probably shouldn't be flying directly face first into them though.
Осталось 1500 килограмм.
We're just going to take a quick snapshot at this guy and then RTB because I'm quite low on fuel. We do have friendlies supporting, so it should be okay to do this. Okay, he's wheeling away. The other guy to the left is recommitting. Yeah, we'll take the guy that's recommitting, although the one that I was locked on before was much higher speed. Bring it right.
Осталось 800 килограмм.
This one.
Рубеж возврата.
Not the best angle, the other one's presenting a slightly better one, but
Осталось 500 килограмм. Скорость предельная. Скорость предельная. Скорость предельная. Скорость предельная.
okay, now we get out of here. We burnt a lot of fuel to do that. We might need to divert to Sanaki. Oh shit, they're actually a lot closer than I thought. Okay, we might have done a fucky wucky. Might have bitten off a bit more than I could chew there. I didn't realise how much fuel I burnt through, to be honest with you. I think we're relatively close to Sanaki though, that's probably it there on the data link display, so... If we survive this guy dropping on us, which is a big if, we might get away with it.
Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер.
Yeah,
Переведи в Доплер.
here it comes.
Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Переведи в Доплер. Предельный угол атаки. Предельный угол атаки. Переведи в
I
Доплер.
bit off more than I could chew there.
Переведи в Доплер. Предельный угол атаки. Переведи в Доплер.
That's our engines going out. Whoopsie daisies. If we had some altitude, we could totally make that runway. There you go, kids. A lesson in when to know to, or when you know you should go home. This guy's really still chasing me? Okay, bro. Oh, I could have fucking used that fucking road if I'd realized. might. This thing retains its speed reasonably well. Oh, chat! Chat! Oh my god. I might have dropped that a touch early. Oh my god, and we got the AAA here if this dipshit's still chasing us. Just gonna come down a little hard, but... Oh! Now, which fucking airfield is this? I'm not actually sure where I am. But... we did it. We did it, Reddit. I should probably not be in the middle of the runway for when my aircraft finally rolls to a halt. This looks like... Sukumi? Yeah, it's Sukumi. Now, I don't know if we can refuel and rearm here. It might be set to neutral. If we can, that's going to be very funny, but I suspect it's set to neutral.
Request refueling. Request refueling. Copy.
Dirty. Fucking dirty. Oh, man. Suck on that one, beautiful. We would have bagged a couple there too, hey? I cannot believe how lucky I got with that. Now we just gotta hope nobody taking off or landing hits us, because we're going to be stuck here refueling for a while. On that note, while she's refueling, I will be right back. I'm going to grab a drink and a quick snack.
Mission complete.
It's going to be really interesting seeing, like, I'm going to go back and watch the track file through since those now work to get a working TAC view replay of this, since the server doesn't let me record them client-side anymore. It's going to be really interesting to see what kinds of shots these Tomcats are taking. Really fucking interesting. I'm curious. Because they should really be having a much easier time of keeping us away from these bombers. I wonder what they're actually doing. Because we should not be able to do this quite as easily as we are, really. Assuming they have Phoenixes, but even with Sparrows, to be honest. Excuse me while I unfuck my chair. Even with Sparrows, like, it should not be this easy for us to get up that close to the bombers without them killing us. Something's not right, Chief. Something's not right. We'll, just taxi up the end and actually... Yeah, we'll taxi up the far end and chuck a Yui. We should be okay to just backtrack, because I don't think anyone else is really using this place except that guy. Maybe one or two others. Should be safe. I can't believe how well that worked out. That was a good example of sometimes stupid people get really lucky. Really, really lucky. It's happened to me a few times, actually, where I've done something really stupid, I've overextended, burnt all my fuel, and I've just magically managed to find a runway at the last possible moment. Might just chuck a Yui here, we should have enough runway. Hey, buddy. Just hang in the burner for a minute, actually, to get rid of some fuel weight. We got one quite close who's jamming, but he's not giving us a... well, he's beaming. We could work with it, but... just kind of don't like the angle he's giving me. There was one guy that was nose on to us before, who would be the easier target to engage, but I think we'll actually just go for old mate with the jammer, because these missiles, by the way, home on jam. For those that didn't know that, the R-27R will home on jam. So old mate here is just making it even easier for me to kill him. I just gotta get close enough for a good launch. It's like they're trying to defend the bombers, so that should be a good distraction. I've got another guy coming in from the left, but he should be no factor, he's far enough out. Was that a mid-air? Oh no, it was a missile trail. Come on, buddy, recommit. Turn around and recommit. Oh shit, one of the others has. We'll go for you instead. You're a more tempting target. You look like a 15? Tomcat or 15? Probably a 15. Come on, man. Recommit. Okay, that works. Oh, it's a Tomcat. Okay, you got flares, huh? That's all right. We'll dump one of those at you. Please don't go for the 21. Well, consider me impressed. Too bad I got one of these. 21 might even finish him here. There you go. He's dead. What are you? You're not friendly. So you're about to die. Oh, it's another Tomcat! Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Whoop. Whoop. Sure, I like this. Helps if I remember to put my air brake in. Come on, come on, come on. It's a little sketchy angle. Should get him. It's another F-14. Splat. Tomcat players, not the most intelligent of God's creatures. That's for sure. Playing in tutorial mode right now. Real. Fucking real. Oh man, I almost feel dirty. I need a shower after this. Oh, we got 2 more inbound. Okay, kids, if you insist. If you fucking insist. I've only got the 1 missile left, but we're gonna spend it. We know we're quite close to an airfield. It's not one they expect a Sukhoi to come out of, so... Oh, 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 oh. Now we are picking up SAMs from that direction. That might actually be Sakumi side-lobing us. I'm just worried it's their ship, because SM2s is actually scary. But we'll see. They're going for a friendly, it looks like, so if I can just pop one of them and then run. We still got heaps of fuel, actually, this time. It's just that we've only got the 1 missile, so we'll see what we can do with it. Bro, SM2s are fucking terrifying. This boy's going in for the intercept. I'm almost tempted to hard lock him to try and discourage him from shooting at that friendly. Whatever the fuck that friendly is, I have no idea. He's moving slow as shit and he's on the leads. The friendly, that is. The other Tomcat's gonna... Or I assume they're Tomcats. The other guy's giving me slightly, like, better aspect, because he's not flying away from me, but I think we should be okay here. We're doing Mark 1.5. Oh, you're so fucking dead. You are so fucking dead, dude. I'm actually thinking I'll go for the trailer. Yep, we'll go for the trailer. Because the lead's already occupied fighting whatever he's fighting, and our radar's kind of struggling anyway, so we'll go for the trailer, and then we might be able to gun the lead if we're lucky. Somebody just got splashed down there, it's probably the friendly. Surprise, motherfucker! Oh, We might get clapped, or we might not. Maybe. We'll see. I think we're good. We're actually going to fly home this time if we can get away with it. Because I don't want to be quite this close to the front. I mean, it's a really good flanking position, to be honest, but I kind of don't want to risk it. We don't want to point ourselves at the ground like that either, thank you very much. Got 100 kilometers to go. Should probably center up the rudder pedals, that's not helping me here. And we'll just stay in burner a little longer to get us out of the danger zone a little better. That's the ship's locking me there, I think. So yeah, like I said, after flying the fucking Mirage, that terrifying blood pressure raising experience, this is just comedy mode now. We're in full-blown fucking clown mode. And I love it. Probably should fly this thing more often, it's very funny. Alright, we're pointed at our airbase. We're just gonna go ahead and hit the autopilot, and I'm gonna chill the fuck out for a bit. I think the other two traded? Yeah, I could well have done. Or the air defense at Sukumi got him, because remember there was at least one Osa there? Could have been that. Because I think he was, the friendly I think was trying to land, that's why he was so slow and low. Looks like a lot of blues are on again. It's good. I like it. I like to have a target-rich environment, especially in this thing. Do you like planes? I do a little bit, Duke. Just a little bit. You know, they're alright. I feel like I could take or leave them a bit, but, you know, they're okay. Hey, we just got done teaching some Tomcat players a lesson they will probably forget in about 5 minutes, knowing Tomcat players. We're on ECW doing the air defense mission, the PVO mission. Do they like you back? That's a good question. That is a good question. Interesting that I can see all these bailed out pilots all over the map. That seems a bit like it probably shouldn't be happening. But yeah, we're just RTB for some more missiles because we spent them all on very situationally unaware F-14s. We'll start descending here, I think. So it seems like the ILS at Coboletti is set up for the other end of the runway than what everyone's using, which is interesting. I'm not sure if I should risk flying from that end or the going there kind of with the grain. Having the ILS is nice, but we don't really need it. You know what? Fuck it, we'll do it. We'll do it. Hopefully no one will crash into us on the runway. Keen for the F4? Yes, I am. Both to fly it, to be in the back seat, fiddling with the radar, and to shoot them down in droves, because I guarantee they will be easy victims for the first week or so the jet's out. And after probably about the 4th week, it will have filtered out all the normies, and most of the people still flying it in PvP will probably be people who are actually capable of learning, and might actually be dangerous. But yeah, it should be good fun when it releases. I'm thinking that I might end up spending probably as much time in the back seat of it as in the front seat, because the radar looks like it should be a lot of fun to fiddle with. A bit fast, so we'll go ahead and pop the air brake. Sure is. I don't actually see the runway yet, but it should be around to my right a little. We should have actually come in from further out, so we could have picked up the glide slope earlier, but this should do. There it is. This is even assuming the glide slope is set up here. It isn't at a lot of airfields in DCS, even on Caucasus. So it'll give you, like, the waypoint and everything, but it won't give you the actual slope. It looks like, yeah, it won't here either, so it doesn't really matter which end of the runway we use. Oops. Not a good time to knock your track IR off. We are dealing with a crosswind. Hey Legolas, good to see you. You missed the fucking Tomcat massacre of 2023. It's alright, we'll hopefully get another batch of them in the next sortie. We're a bit fast. We're a lot fast. Slow that down a bit before we touch down. Excuse me? What? Am I just catching that because I'm on the other side of whatever he's actually shooting at, or is someone genuinely that brain dead? After what we've seen so far, genuinely that brain dead is actually quite credible. What about the Mirage raises your blood pressure compared to this? The Mirage F1 has horrible ergonomics. The way that everything is set up is just incredibly counterintuitive. It's really janky and difficult to kind of... All the controls you need to work the radar and everything are not set up very well for when you are closing at high speed with a target that actually maneuvers, unlike a bomber. The cockpit visibility is horrifically bad. The aircraft itself is very temperamental. The engine will cut out on you if you try and do any number of things. If you're too fast, if you're too slow, if your angle of attack's too high, if you've got too much yaw angle. Like, it's just... It's a real handful of an aircraft to manage at the best of times. And when you're coming up on a formation of like 20-odd B-52s, you've got friendlies mixed in trying to shoot them down, and you've got Tomcats coming at you, it is just horrific. The 2000, no, the 2000's fucking fantastic. I love the Mirage 2000. I mean, having said that, it would still be kind of challenging in this environment, because there's just so many aircraft in such a small area, and the radar on that even is a bit temperamental. But yeah, like it actually has close combat modes on the radar that are useful. But yeah, the F1 is really cool. Don't get me wrong, the F1's awesome, but it's awesome in a completely different way. It's not good at dogfights. It's not good at dealing with large numbers of enemy aircraft. It's a real headache to navigate the cockpit, but it's fun. It's cool. It feels nice to fly, but it's not like joyful to fly, if that makes sense, particularly in combat. It's Robbo on the 29 just rolled past. Oh, hey, Robbo! Hey, mate! Oh, he's going for the mill power takeoff. Don't see that often, especially in a 29. Oh, nope, never mind. There go the cans. Should probably actually do this, hey.
Request refueling.
First module is the 2K. It was one of my first. It wasn't my first, but it was one of my first. I really love it. It's even better since all the rework for the radar and the engines and the flight model and everything. It's so good. The Su-27 is awesome. I just wish that... I mean, I guess you should be careful what you wish for, but like I said, I find the MiG-29 more fun to fly because it's a much more brutal sort of raw experience. There's no fly-by-wire. You have to really learn what the aircraft does and doesn't like in terms of maneuvers. You have to understand how its limiter system works. It has much less endurance, both in terms of fuel and weaponry, but it's just, it has so much raw power. It's so good. Whereas this, it's, you know, a much more kind of cruisy aircraft. It's still capable of some amazing stuff, but it's a lot less kind of knife edge than the MiG-29 is in a lot of ways. The 29 is less capable in a way. It really reflects the difference in design intent. The MiG-29 is a frontline fighter. It's intended for high intensity, short duration sorties over the front line. That's why it doesn't carry as much fuel. That's why it's small. That's why it doesn't carry as much missiles. It's meant to be a smaller, cheaper, easier aircraft to service. It's a frontline fighter. Think of it as a replacement for something like a MiG-21. This is the big boy. This is the interceptor. This is the long-range escort aircraft. This is the air superiority fighter. This is, if you think of it as the same relationship between the F-16 and the F-15, particularly early on, before they just made the F-16 able to do anything itself anyway, but like an F-16A versus an F-15A, it's the same difference between the MiG-29 and the Su-27, almost exactly, in fact, because it's a similar setup. They had the light fighter program and the heavy fighter program, like the US had the high-low split with the 15 and 16. So the 29's less capable in terms of what it can do in a single sortie. The 29's less capable in terms of the sensors and equipment it carries on board, but it's more capable in terms of raw flight performance. The MiG-29, that thing accelerates like crazy. It's extremely quick. It's extremely agile. It's a little more difficult to fly, particularly around the limits of what it can comfortably do, just because of the, it is not fly-by-wire. It's full mechanical, hydraulic augmented mechanical controls with limiter systems, but still not fly-by-wire. Whereas this is fly-by-wire, so this is much more easy. There's less to take into consideration. But if you know what the MiG-29 is capable of and how to get those capabilities out of it, it's a monster in close combat, an absolute monster. Like, if I was doing any sort of dogfighting between this and the MiG-29, I'd take the MiG-29 every single time. And I'd take the MiG-29 against this, and I would probably win. Because these things typically, when I have, played against people flying the Su-27 on dogfight servers or whatever, the 29 just kicks the shit out of it, because it's so much smaller and more agile. This is a maneuverable aircraft, but it's big, it's heavy. It's kind of like, things like the Phantom or the Tomcat or even the Mirage F1, they are maneuverable in some ways, and on paper they look really good, but as soon as you actually see it trying to keep up with an F5 or a MiG-21, the light fighters can change direction before the pilot in this thing can even get it to start responding to his control inputs. Why the Su-27 in DCS doesn't have Fox 3s? Because they didn't carry them at the time. Like, this is a Su-27S, it didn't carry them. Yeah, the raw power of the 29 is great. It can just, the way it can point its nose is really, really good. And the 29 has like a really good sustained turn rate too. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say this. The MiG-29 and Su-27, as they're represented in DCS, if you look at their, particularly their turn rates, compared to the actual charts for them, they underperform in DCS. Like, think about all the times you've seen someone complaining that this or the MiG-29 are UFOs, and now consider that they underperform in terms of turn rate. Sustained and instantaneous. Are the F-16 and 29 in this game about equal in dogfighting performance? If the pilots are of roughly equal skill, yeah, pretty much. The MiG-29's, like I said, it's more hands-on because it's an older aircraft. It doesn't have the fancy fly-by-wire, so there's certain things you have to take into account. The MiG-29, around Mach 0.85 or Mach 0.9, the center of pressure begins to shift in a way that takes authority away from the tail surfaces. And so the MiG-29 will, and it's around the same time your limiter systems kick in, but the limiters are not the problem here. So around transonic speeds, the MiG-29 goes from being able to turn inside its own asshole to not being able to turn at all. You got this brief sort of speed range around transonic where the MiG-29 is a bus. But the problem also is the MiG-29 has so much raw power that if you're in full afterburner, even pulling 9 or 10 G, you're still going to accelerate, and you're going to risk going into that transonic zone where you can't turn very well. So the MiG-29 in a sustained turn fight in particular is very hands-on. You have to watch your speed, you have to be constantly making adjustments to the power, to the, you know, stick deflection to make sure you're not pulling too hard, not pulling too little, make sure you've got the engine set for what you want. Like, it's really demanding to do well in the MiG-29, but you can. Whereas the F-16, I think, is a little more simple in that regard. It's been a while since I've done MiG-29 versus F-16 stuff, but I was pretty confident that I could usually win in the MiG-29. And if I didn't win, it was usually because I fucked something up. The F-16 just got a bunch of changes to its flight model, and a lot of the guys I know that play the F-16 a lot have been complaining a lot less. I don't know how accurate it is to real life. I don't really care, to be honest. I'm not that into the F-16. But, yeah, apparently it's better now. Alright, time to get the spray bottle ready. We're gonna go teach some kiddies a thing or two. Oh, we got the East German representation here. That is some class. Haven't played DCS in a while. My computer broke. New one's almost done. Oh, it's a good time to come back into it. It's a really good time to come back to DCS. A lot of really cool things have happened over the last few months. The East German livery for the 29 is custom. It's not in the game by default, but it's up on user files. There's a whole pack of them up on user files, actually. Quite often I fly with the DDR-29. Usually it's either that or the aircraft that flew the display at Farnborough when they first took it there. Sometimes... What was the other one I fly sometimes? Sometimes the Euro ones as well, I think. Puppies. The bombers incoming. See if any fighters are up covering them. If there are, we'll probably go for them so the 21s and 29s and stuff can clear out the bombers without being harassed. But if there aren't any fighters, we'll help with the bombers. They might already be dead by the time we get there. There's a bunch of friendlies out there. Gas cylinder in this chair's completely fucked. Looks like the bombers might actually be out there by themselves at the moment. There's a fighter back there somewhere. Oh yes, I see him. He's up back, I think. Mixed in with the friendlies. Right there. Too far to walk though. Two of them. It's a friendly merge with two enemy fighters, I think. Kind of hard to tell. Looks like an absolute clusterfuck on the data link page at any rate. Oh, we got a space cadet back here. That might actually be somebody that knows what they're doing. If that's a Tomcat especially, that might be somebody that's actually dangerous. We're gonna kick left slightly so we're not flying directly at him. Radar's having a real struggle holding onto these guys. Okay, we got the Space Cadet locked up. Soft locked, just TWS. Looks like he's probably attacking one of our guys, committed on one of our guys that's in a merge, so we might be able to help him out. We'll let the other fighters take out the bombers. Looks like there's a couple working on them already. And it looks like it's mostly friendlies in that, so I think the fighters are further back. They're busy merging with this one Chad friendly who's dealing with two of them at a time at the moment, and he's got a third coming in on him. The third is what I'm going to engage. He was high and fast, now he's just high, so I have the speed advantage. He has a slight altitude advantage now. That's friendly air defense picking me up, so that's good news. It's not me being locked yet. Let's start jinking a little bit towards this guy. F5s? Okay, those are F5s in a merge with the friendly. This is a Tomcat that we're locked on. So we're going to deal with the Tomcat and hope the friendly can handle the F5s himself. And the Tomcat is not very smart because he's ignoring us to go for the other guy. We'll give him the old 1-2, the PVO classic. Oh, he has no fucking idea. He's just launched at someone though. Yeah, they got Phoenixes, because that's a Phoenix if ever I saw one. Splat, that was probably the 27T that got him. There's another thing here. Is that his wreckage? Oh, that's his fucking Phoenix I'm picking up, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Tomcat players.txt. Like I said, not God's smartest creatures. I'm friendly, please don't team kill me. I just saved your ass. It's like the F5s might have won their fight and they're fucking off at high speed. Oh, we got someone else coming though. Oh, hello. Hello. Let's be friends. Oh, I'll have a piece of you very happily. He's low too. Oh. Oh, brother. What are you doing down there? I'm being locked by my own guys, because they are not very smart either, apparently. This guy's committing on his own teammate. Blue for a moment. We'll see if he wheels around. If he does wheel around and give us his tail, we'll probably switch targets to the guy on the left, who's still hot and is higher up, so he's actually more dangerous. Although he looks like he's committed on my teammate, so... Oh. No, I think this one will get... This one's... I don't know what he's doing, but he's making himself a pretty easy target. Oh, we dropped him. So maybe not. We'll switch left. Yeah, he wheeled around, so we'll take this guy. Hey buddy, this is also the guy that's now locking me. You can have one of them. And then you can have one of them. And you'll react to that and turn your tail towards me so that... Oh, he flared, so the team might not get him. Actually, neither of those is probably going to get him because he's turned cold quickly enough. But he's flying straight into another friendly, so that might still get him killed. Just kind of thinking if I should abandon this guy and go for the other. No, fuck it. We're going to give him another shot, and then I'm going to switch targets quickly because we got one dropping right in above us. Please hurry up and hit. Yeah, I thought that might happen. Okay. This is probably too close to dodge. Oh my god. Problem is, I'm so fast now I can't turn very well and I need to get the nose around. Gotta watch out for sneaky sidewinders. Come here, you piece of shit. I'll have you. Fuck! Ah, I fat-fingered the cannon key. Yeah, I probably waited too long to break off that Tomcat and commit to the other guy. I don't think we're going to be able to eject either. We're mashed against the side of the canopy at the moment. But we bagged how many that sortie? Yeah, we weren't going to get out of that. Well... grab a new Sukhoi and we'll go do it again. That was the first time I got shot down in this thing, hey? I'm pretty sure that was my first loss in this aircraft. That's, like, actually depressing. How are they this bad? Would have set up the same loadout, so we'll just take full complement of R27s. Means a little bit of extra drag, but it's useful to have the full loadout because of the amount of aircraft we're dealing with.
Copy.
How's everyone doing over here?
That was pretty nuts. Yeah, not bad. Teams look about even. Just
you liking the mission, Ross?
Oh yes. I have not done this much F-14 bullying for probably several years at this point. It's disgusting.
Good, because I spent like 60 hours making this fucking thing with Enigma.
Thank you very, very much. It is very appreciated.
Are you guys going to be running this on a regular basis, or is it just a one-off?
It'll be running in between every campaign.
Flying the Mirage.
So like if someone wins caucus...
Are there any low smoke Eastern Bloc missiles? I think some of the R13 family for their time were considered to be, or like R3 family for their time were considered to be relatively low smoke, but they're not super low smoke.
And then additionally there'll be different intermissions. There's a ship one in the works currently on Persia.
Ooh.
That one's pretty interesting.
Well, yeah, if it's half as cool as this thing, then we're in for a treat, I guess. Very nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be Red escorting a giant Iranian fleet of tugboats and other assortments.
This is Enigma server, but this is a new mission they're running. And this will be a regular thing between the normal missions, like between resets as well, so. This is the first run of it, I think. So they're running it as like a special day-long event. Yeah, likewise. He'll probably be back at some point or other. Just don't know when. Because I think he's like a lot of us, he can't keep himself away from the game for that long. Still refueling. We'll just chuck the sunshade up now because we're probably going to need it shortly.
Hey man.
It's good. Hey! Good to see you, man. Cheers for the resub. Appreciate it. We're bullying some Tom Kitties today. Building a new computer that I want to future-proof for DCS VR compatibility. I'm not a goggle wearer, so I have no idea. I don't know how VR specs differ from normal specs, and I'm not a computer knower either. I had to ask my Discord to teach me how to, or like, tell me which parts to get for this one. I can build a computer, I can get it up and running, but I'm clueless when it comes to parts. I have no idea. So someone in chat might have better advice than I could come up with, but my advice is going to be pretty useless, I'm not going to lie. The other thing as well is you got to remember I run on a 24-inch 1080p native monitor, so I can get away with running the game at way higher settings than probably most people would with bigger monitors at the same specs. How's the RWR on this jet work? It's complicated. So, these lights down the bottom tell you what the threat is. The top row is the primary threat, the bottom row with the letter is the secondary threat. Each letter corresponds to a certain type of radar. Depending on what period you're talking about, the way it's tuned differs. The original tuning was very esoteric and specific radars would be tuned to a specific thing. The way DCS simulates it is the later way it was tuned, which is more simplified. This means a fighter radar, this means long-range air defense, this is medium-range air defense, this is like short-range air defense, this is a ship or early warning, I forget. This one is a ship or early warning, I forget which way around that goes. I think this one's ship. But the original tuning was different, so like this would be a specific type of fighter, this would be a specific type of fighter, this was a Hawk missile, this was a Nike Hercules, like it was way more esoteric originally. Right, most is early warning? Glad one of us remembers. These are your angles, and then because there's only the two sensors in the tail, the angular resolution of the tail is just there's something behind it to the left, or there's something behind it to the right, or there's if they're both on, there's something behind. Across the front, you've got, you know, these are your angles of what you're dealing with. If it's between these, like if it's between 50 and 90 degrees, say it's like 65, 70 degrees, both 50 and 90 will light up simultaneously. So that's your primary threat around the outside. Again, secondary threat is the inside, the green lights. Same thing, it's the angle. The top one there just tells you the system's on and working. That's a Cyrillic V. Means that the threat's above you, Visha. Bottom one is telling you the threat's below you. If they're both on simultaneously, it means the threat's co-altitude or close to it. The red circle is that lights up and becomes obnoxious when you're hard locked or when you're shot at. This inner scale, this one that you just saw fill halfway up, this is your signal strength. It fills from the right around to the left. This tells you how strong the threat signal is for the primary threat. This is really fucking useful. This is why I actually really like this RWR, and I find it more useful than NATO RWRs in a lot of ways. I might not know exactly what kind of aircraft is targeting me, but I know if I've got an active radar homing missile chasing me, I know how far away the missile is. Because this will tell me, when this starts filling up and then stops and then starts draining, it means I've just defeated the missile. When you see this signal bar going down after you've got an active missile on you, it means you've defeated the missile. Like, this thing's fucking incredible, but you have to understand how to read it. It's obviously, especially because it's awkwardly positioned down low in the cockpit, and because there's so many different kinds of information it displays, it's slower to read, but once you get a feel for it, it's really, really useful. It's like a lot of Soviet stuff that people are like, oh, it's crap, why do you like their RWR, or why do you like their radar? It's because the way it represents information, yeah, it takes a little more brain power to figure out what it's telling you, but it gives you so much information. You also, particularly if you come from flying the MiG-21, which has a way more simplistic RWR, literally just 4 lights and a buzzer, you learn to integrate different sources of information, the way that, say, something like a Hornet would automatically do for you with the MSI. In this, you have to do it mentally yourself. So I can use my RWR, even the RWR in the MiG-21 with its 4 blinking lights and an annoying beeper, I can use that to figure out if I know that, say, there's a Tomcat a certain distance away from me. Depending on what the RWR is telling me about which direction I'm being pinged from and what strength it is, if I know the Tomcat's X distance away and there's nothing else in that general bearing, I know that's what's looking at me. Like, you can use information from your early warning radar, from AWACS, from other players, if you're in multiplayer, to figure out where things are, and then you can, even with the most simplistic shitty RWR like the one in the MiG-21, you can use that to defeat people. Like, in the 21 a while ago, I had a Tomcat stupidly lock me from, like, hard lock me from about 120, 130 kilometers away, because they do that every now and then. Usually new Tomcat players do it, or overconfident ones. And I knew he was the only thing on that bearing, and I knew from our early warning radar telling me what the distance was. So I knew it was a Tomcat, I knew the distance and bearing, and I knew he was looking at me specifically. So I told my teammates, now's a good time to attack him. He doesn't know where you are. He's only looking at me. So then I let him fix his gaze on me a little longer, and then I just notched him, dropped into a valley, continued using our EWR to figure out where he was. At this point, he no longer sees me at all. And then I popped up directly beneath him within missile range and poked him in the belly with a pair of R3Rs, and he had nothing he could do about it. Like, once you learn to integrate different sources of information and actually use them together, which is really what you want to learn to do in any aircraft in DCS, even the ones that do that for you, it makes you a lot more dangerous. I'm not going to pretend I'm capable of doing that all the time. It's something I can do some days, and other days it's beyond me. But if you can do it at all, it's a really useful skill to have. Like, massively useful. We'll just get our landing and taxi lights on, so we're a bit more visible as we putz around the airfield. Radio comms encrypted in real life. These days they are. The older aircraft, like World War II or early Cold War, they wouldn't have been. Even up to Vietnam, I think they generally weren't. There's a Harrier out. Ooh, interesting. That's our own friendly air defense locking me up, because it's probably trying to lock something on the other side of me. Also, we are quite close to their carrier here, so we might even be getting picked up by the SM2 on that. That's probably what that is, actually. It's probably the carrier group. Doesn't make a difference between friend and foe. What, the RWR? Not in DCS. In real life, sometimes it wouldn't be tuned to pick up friendly stuff. So, for example, a lot of the Warsaw Pact RWRs were not tuned to pick up their own SAM systems. Because it was not considered to be, like, a problem. They wouldn't need to know. On the other hand, they would tell you specifically what kind of NATO SAM system was looking at you. No, the idea is that someone would be deconflicting all that stuff higher up the chain between the PVO and the Air Force, but yeah, it probably would happen at some point or other. Soviet air doctrine during the Cold War was very World War II pilled. Obviously there were some changes, but to a large degree it kept a lot of things they learnt during World War II. Like their frontline fighters. It's part of the reason Westerners call them fucking interceptors when they're not. Their frontline fighters were still controlled by GCI. Not as strictly as the air defense interceptors were, because remember the PVO, the air defense, was a whole separate arm of the military, completely separate. But the frontline fighters still had ground control. It would be somebody much closer to the front with a better picture of the front line. That was something that the Soviets were doing in World War II. They'd have observers near the front line, watching from the ground and telling their fighters what they could see above them, kind of like the British Observer Corps. Likewise, the Soviets expected their fighters to be operating, and other tactical aircraft to be operating from freshly captured or freshly built airfields quite close to the front line. That's why they're so rugged. That's why Soviet engines have such, you know, relative to contemporary Western engines, they have such a low life resource. You know, 300 hours for a lot of 70s era Soviet turbojets. That wasn't a problem, because the Soviets would just take the old engine out of the jet, chuck a new one in, and send the old one back to a depot for maintenance somewhere deep in the Soviet Union. It wasn't something they viewed as being end-user serviceable, because they didn't expect the end-users to have the time of the equipment, because they expected them to have just built the airfield the day before. Compare that to the sort of NATO idea of end-user servicing for everything, and everything having as long, like as much life resource as possible. It's a very different way of thinking. It's a very different way of approaching the problem of a big war. And although we will hopefully not find out now even, and we certainly didn't find out the first time around, in my opinion it's certainly a more realistic idea of how a war is going to pan out. I think it's a more practical way of doing things, because it kind of accepts that you're not going to be able to do the shit you want to do, so you just have to do the shit that's going to work. F-15. I wish there were more F-15s on this mission. It seems most of them are flying Tomcats, which is kind of not surprising since they appear to have Phoenixes, but I want to fight F-15s. F-15s are a little less scary because they don't have Phoenixes, but they're a lot more interesting in a merge, because the F-15 can actually fucking defend itself. The Tomcat's a bit of a pig against this thing or the MiG-29. Unless it's a really good pilot, which are few and far between as far as Tomcat players go. This one guy... Oh, that's actually their tanker, I think. Never mind. We won't go for him. I was getting all excited there. Best way to future-proof a DCS is not to build for VR? Yeah, probably. I feel like it's hard to future-proof for VR in general anyway, because VR stuff changes so rapidly. Yeah, that was unreal, man. Fired every missile he had, still couldn't hit me, then got into a fucking rate fight with me, and he couldn't win it quickly enough to stop my 2 Mirage mates from finding us and killing him. Embarrassing. Just genuinely embarrassing. I think there's a new wave of bombers coming. Oh, yep, there is. Okay. This is their escort, and that's the bombers behind them. There's someone really high and fast off to the left. Although it could be a Phoenix. Phoenix is sharp as aircraft on the data link here, by the way, so... Actually, not just Phoenix, there's a few types of missile tend to, but Phoenixes especially. Lost our contact with that guy. There's another further back. There's a lot of friendlies in on the bombers though, so he might have got popped. Because I do have the magical ability of seeing what's going on from this far away with the data link, I'm kind of trying to deal with the fighters so that the MiG-29s and 21s and 19s and F1s can get in amongst the bombers and deal with them while I deal with the fighters. Because otherwise it's just... Like, if I'm dealing with the bombers with this thing, it's kind of a waste, and the other aircraft that we have don't have the situational awareness that I do. There's 2 enemy fighters there, backstopping the bombers. There was a friendly merge with them, but I've lost sight of him. Looks like he's still merged. Once they get closer and we can thin them out a bit, get some separation happening on the display, we might have a better chance of figuring out who's who. The real, like, ability of the radar in this or the 29 to discriminate targets this close together is a lot less than DCS shows, because Flaming Cliffs 3 modeling is kind of... But it is what it is. Looks like mostly friendlies in amongst the bombers, but they're also kind of not killing them quickly enough, if I'm honest with you. Looks like the fighters are tied up with one of our fighters, so I might even just go for the bombers this time. Fuck it. Should probably have started with the 27T so I could retarget, but whatever. Friendly. We don't want to hit him. Launch override that. Oops. Hey, can we select the right mode, please? Launch override that. I'm not sure if that first one's going to hit it. Might go for the sun. They don't like being launch overridden. Yeah, fuck knows where it went. Come on, 21. Don't play with your food. They're lacking escorts because the escorts are busy fucking around with someone else behind me. The RTB after this. This guy's probably gonna gun him. Maybe not. Or this guy is. Maybe not. I don't know. Ah, someone got him. Are there any left? Doesn't look like it. Well done, everybody. The RBO5's fun because it's shit. Shit weapons are easily the most fun to use. ECW restricts the BK-90s because the BK-90s are not a Cold War weapon by any stretch of the imagination. And the AJ-37, which would be an actual Cold War Vigan, can't carry them because they didn't exist. But yeah, everyone loads Mavericks, which also was not something the Vigan loaded up very often, and early in its service it didn't load at all. You spot the actually, like, based Vigan players because they're carrying either rockets or dumb bombs, or they're using RBO5s or RBO4s. And they're not using any more than 2 air-to-air missiles. I usually carry 1 or none. Unfortunately, I don't think Ligma's based enough to restrict the IR missiles to the inboards only like it would be on an actual Cold War Vigan, because they didn't have... The Vigan could not carry Sidewinders on any pylon except the 2 inboard ones until the AJS upgrade, which was early 90s. So it's in the Cold War, you had 2 Sidewinders only on the inboards, and if you wanted to carry Mavs, you had to give up at least one of those. Yeah, bombs and rockets are really fun. The rockets are actually really cool. They're my preferred weapon in a lot of cases. The bombs are my preferred weapon for if I've got like a runway or something to take out, or units on a road. But if I've got like a pinpoint target to take out, I use the rockets. And they're really good for it. Okay, I think I've got a Tomcat trying to chase me down. That's alright. We're not too far from home, and we should be dragging him into some very angry SAM sites. We might come in from the other end of the runway this time, since the ILS isn't set up for this one anyway. Managed to get a helicopter with the RBO5. Nice! I don't think I've ever got an air-to-air kill with... Oh! I might have once, but it was... I think it was on an AI bomber. I think I got one. But yeah, I've used them a few times, mostly against things like the industrial targets, like the factories on ECW. I think I've used them on oil rigs and ships from time to time. But yeah, it's like if you can hit something, especially a moving aircraft with those things, that's impressive. And you should have fun with the MiG-23 as well, because it's got a very similar weapon as its main sort of air-to-ground guided weapon. $160 kilos is 2 Mark 82 warheads combined, by the way, roughly. Because the Mark 82 warhead's 80-something kilos, 87 kilos, I think, so it's slightly less than double a Mark 82. Because the Mark 82 is a 500-pound bomb, but that doesn't mean the warhead's 500 pounds. It means the entire fucking thing weighs 500 pounds, and a fraction of that is a warhead. Won't you look at your RWR every time you get a lock tone? I don't care. I'm near my airbase. We've got really angry big boy SAMs around me. If they're still chasing me at this point, they're gonna die. And most of that's me getting side-lobed by friendly air defense, or it's friendlies locking me because they don't know what I am as I fly back to base. If I was over enemy territory, I'd be looking at that a lot more often. It's been a while since I've done Vig and stuff. I should probably take it out again soon. Green screen's working again? The green screen's been working for ages, or it should have been. Half an hour ago it wasn't working, it should have been. It might have had some weird artifacting on it because sometimes the backlighting from the, well, wouldn't be the sun at this point, but light reflecting off the building behind me. Sometimes that fucks with it, but there's not much I can do about it except change the white balance and hope it doesn't cause too many issues. That's also why I probably appear orange to you guys, is because if I don't set the white balance to be that way, when I started the stream earlier in the late afternoon, it would have been really fucking with the green screen. You wouldn't have, like, it wouldn't have worked. Yeah, I'm in Australia. I mean, it should have been working. The only reason it wouldn't be working is if I'd, like, turned fully side on, because it should be blocking everything behind me, unless you just saw around the edge of it. No. I haven't been to the UK for fucking 27 years or whatever it was. Like, I have not been back to Europe, period, since I moved here from the UK. That's why I was so pissed off when COVID happened, because that was going to be my first trip back to Europe since I was a kid. And it got canned, like, at the 11th hour. I still haven't been able to organise a replacement trip for that. I don't know if I will now, because I'm going to be probably too busy working. Put the moth lights on so people can actually see that we're coming in. No, not WA. Wouldn't catch me dead in WA. I'm in New South Wales. I've only ever, as far as Australia goes at least, I've only ever lived in New South Wales. And I've been to Victoria twice recently, but just on holiday. WA is just too far from everything for me. Like, all my friends and family almost, well, all my family and almost all my friends are either East Coast or closer to the East Coast than to, like, Perth. So, absolutely nothing for me in WA, except literally, like, 2 or 3 friends. I think one of them's working in the mines at the moment. The other one, I don't know what he's doing now. He was Air Force, but don't know what he's up to these days. Probably depends where. Perth apparently is not a bad city to live in, but yeah, most of WA is just like, it's either empty or it's like rural, and rural Australia kind of sucks. Like just in general kind of sucks. Or it's like remote Aboriginal communities. There's not really a whole lot besides that. Boring backwater. I mean, that applies to most of Australia, but yeah, I could particularly see that being true of WA. Sydney's a shithole. Everyone who has a brain thinks Sydney's a shithole. It used to be a lot better than it is now, but they killed everything worth doing in Sydney because Gladys didn't like people having fun. Got to make those property values go up by removing any reason to fucking live there, I guess.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
Now we wait half a century to refuel. Oh, we didn't even burn that much fuel. Holy shit. Okay, we won't be waiting that long. Sydney is to Australia like New York is to USA. I'd say probably New York City has a hell of a lot more shit to do in it than Sydney does. Sydney is... maybe London? Because London's pretty fucking gentrified now, but even London's probably still more interesting. Sydney's poorly designed, I mean, yeah. Part of that's from just the layout of the land, part of that's from its age, and them just tacking shit on as they went, part of that's from fucking ridiculous infrastructure. Yeah, infrastructure's terrible. Roads are even, like, you know, roads are just horrific, like, really, really bad. But what do you expect from Sydney? Like, what do you expect from the New South Wales government? Sydney and Melbourne are the only, like, actually two big Australian cities I've been to, other than as a child, too young to remember. I think I went to Brisbane once when I was, like, 6 months old. And Melbourne is the better city. Like, Melbourne just has no competition at all in this country, as far as I'm concerned. Canberra's alright, but Canberra's a bit boring. Because, you know, it's a public service town, so there's nothing to do of an evening, especially on the weekends. Like, everyone in Canberra goes to bed at fucking 6 PM on a Sunday, I swear to God. Probably, like, Canberra's good if you want to raise a family or something, and you're scared of going outside and you want some safe place for your kids, whereas Melbourne's good if you actually want to have a life. Still tons of people on, holy shit.
Rearming complete.
The funny thing with the Canberra-Melbourne comparison is that's almost exactly the kind of comparison I've heard from people that live there about the Soviet Union and the West. Is the Soviet Union was like the best place to raise a family. Like if you wanted to start a family, there was no better place on earth. But if you actually like were a young adult that wanted to have a life, it was boring as shit. I've heard that from more than one person, so I'm inclined to believe there's something to it. Now, personally, I can get by with boring as shit, but you know, I know that some people can't. And a holiday away from boring as shit is nice every now and then, hence my trips to Melbourne. Alright, we should be good to go now. We're loaded up. Have one of the most expensive flight training costs. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard it's very old boys club over there. No. I haven't. I don't know what he's up to at the moment. I haven't really had much time to hang out on Twitch lately, so I haven't been able to keep up with who's doing what or who's where. Mostly, recently, I've just been hanging out when Robbo's been on, because I've been playing DCS around the same time in the evenings as he streams, but that's probably going to change pretty soon, because I'll be too busy at work. Yeah, exactly, Envy. That's pretty much a good summary of it. It's got reasonable public transport. It hasn't got, like, amazing public transport like Melbourne, but it's better than anywhere in New South Wales, pretty much. For its size, at least, like, relative to its size. Sydney public transport's shit. There's more of it than there is in Canberra, but relative to the size of Sydney, and because Sydney's infrastructure is shit, and most of their public transport is, like, buses, that's why it's shit. Even though they, you know, on the face of it, have more than we do down here. Yeah, no, it's probably the same here. Like, I moved out as soon as I finished high school, and I don't really think I could do the whole moving back in with family thing. Like, it would make a lot of sense, but especially where they are now, I'd be bored shitless. They live in the middle of fucking nowhere, dude. What the fuck am I gonna do? I couldn't even stream anymore because their internet's so bad. Like, fuck that. It'd be nice to spend more time around my family in a way, but it'd also be a nightmare to spend more time around my family. I'd like if I could visit them more easily, but I don't think I could do living with them again. No thanks. I'm at the point where I'm not even sure I could do living with housemates again, and I spent a long time living with housemates. It's 10:30 already, Jesus. I need to be up at a reasonable hour tomorrow, because, like I said earlier, I've got family out, from the US, actually. It's one of my aunts and her husband. So I've got to meet up with her husband tomorrow morning at the War Memorial, and we're going to go have a boys' day out. So I actually need to be up at a reasonable time. Excuse me? That's on somebody else. I'm just behind whoever it was shot at. Oh, there's a friendly getting chased hard over to the left. We might see if we can go. I like when I see somebody chasing a friendly, like who's that committed, because it's the same as that F-14 that suicided trying to kill me. They're completely, you know, dead to the world around them. They have no situational awareness. They're easy kills. On the other hand, it looks like he finally realized what he was doing and broke off. SPA-8, no, that was a fucking air-to-air missile. That was probably a Tomcat shooting at somebody, like, 100 kilometers away, and his radar's that powerful that I picked it up. Guy over there's climbing like a fucking Sam. Jesus Christ. Look at him go! God damn. This guy's committing on what, 2, 3 friendlies? Good luck to you, Chief. Good luck to you. Hey, Fenrir, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. We're still going. We've been smacking Tomcats at a pretty impressive rate, because these guys are not the most experienced F-14 pilots, I would wager. And it looks like we might have another one here if the other 3 teammates he just merged with don't beat us to it. Okay, while he's giving us a bad aspect, we'll check out this guy. To Vigan, interesting. Vigan in space. It's possibly that contact at the right of the data link. Those will be the bombers in that big clusterfuck at the top right. Okay, Vigan's gone cold. 351 for a Tomcat. Looks like the friendlies did indeed dogpile that one guy. Rest in peace. We'll just head generally towards the bombers. Thought Tomcats were a danger plane, not when I'm in a Su-27, and certainly not when I've got this many teammates to distract them. 15C is an RC plane in this scenario. Yeah, because people flying the F-15 in here probably know what they're doing, whereas people flying the Tomcat are not particularly difficult opposition 90% of the time. Yeah, skill is absolutely more important than plane. Okay, these guys are angling in from the right, the bombers are angling in from the left. So this clusterfuck here is the bombers, that's an escort, these 3 are escorts. We're going to hang out here and we're going to focus towards the escorts. The thing we're hooked on at the moment is probably a 14. There's probably another one with him. They're about co-out with us, maybe slightly higher. They're about co-speed, maybe slightly faster. We don't want to deal with one that's particularly higher and faster than us. That's when a Tomcat's genuinely dangerous, even with Sparrows. But very few of them are smart enough to do that. We're gonna jink right slightly. Oh, and we're gonna completely lose our fucking soft lock there because somebody decided to blink their jammer. Thank you very much. And the radar's gonna have a tantrum now. .003. Possibly the guy I'm hooked on. 6.4. Yeah, it could be this guy. I'm gonna be locking him up pretty shortly, probably. Automatically, the weapon computer on this will lock something automatically once it's within effective range. Oh fuck! Somebody is pretty high up there. Might be a Phoenix though, because they do have Phoenixes. We saw one fire earlier, and the Phoenixes will show up on our data link. Okay, this guy's coming at us with some speed, it looks like. He's probably chasing that friendly. He's descended, so he's chasing that friendly in front of us. So we'll go help out the friendly by teaching this guy a thing or two about tunnel vision. Could make the 27T shot through the clouds. It'd be a bit cheaty, but, you know, they can do it too. But we'll go with the 27R. That should turn him away from the friendly as well. Oh, and now we have a clearing in the clouds. Oh, how terrible. Catch that. He's really moving. Okay, we're going to drop lock on him. We've got a bunch more nasty stuff in front of us. We're actually going to kick out this way. I don't want to commit real hard on these guys and get too close. That looks like it might have been a fighter. We just lost a lock on it. Come here, you're a fighter. It's a Vigan. Splash. What are these? Your enemy. Catch that. Tomcat, of course. Gotta watch out for cheeky sidewinders now. That was probably a friendly that belly stabbed him. You're not close enough to pick up with the helmet, which means you're slightly less concerning at the moment. Well, maybe not. He's pretty high and fast. We got something, yeah, pretty intent here. That might not hit. Didn't realize he was directly above me. Yeah, that missile's probably not going to make it. And I don't have any others. We're down to guns only. Probably not a good idea to try and chase him. I reckon I could beat him in a gunfight, but yep, that happened. I should have bailed. Should have bailed earlier. That's why we don't hang around after we spend our missiles. Oh well. Second shoot down since the reset. I'll take it. Let's grab another one. I really don't know why the Tomcats are getting that close to us. I don't understand why they would do that.
Request refueling.
throws away every advantage they have. Possible to rearm FC3 modules when they're turned on? Nope. Unfortunately not. Electric power is fine. Engines. You can't have the engines running. The electrical power can be on, but not the engines. You can refuel with the engines running, but you can't rearm. Is there a DCS server where you're limited based on how expensive your loadout is? Yeah, plenty of servers do that. It's relatively common. Blue flag, grey flag, DDCS. I think there's a couple of others. Alpen's server didn't have that system, but it did have limited airframes and limited weapons, so if you took the Gucci weapons, you would run them out faster. That actually happened in one of his special missions he ran one time. Blue had a very limited amount of AIM-120s, and some dipshit took a full Hornet, so 10 AIM-120s, which was probably about a quarter of their supply, and then proceeded to use the server to do fucking Case 1 practice, ran himself out of fuel, and ejected. So they lost a Hornet airframe and a quarter of their AIM-120 arsenal in one fell swoop, for the exchange of 0 kills on any of Red 4's aircraft. Average day in Blue 4. Yep. Just waiting for them to finish refueling us, then chuck the missiles on, and then we'll go. Nearly 11 PM. I should probably hop off soonish. Let's see how we go. I don't want to stay up all night. I want to actually get some sleep before tomorrow. Server's doing numbers, man. Look at this. Standing room only. You'll love to see it. Jeff? Kinda, I guess. Yeah, the Jeff's kind of like a mix between an F5 and an F16. Do you have a link to this playlist? Yes, stand by. Just need to go grab it.
Refueling complete.
Yeah, the MiG-29 can do some degree of light multi-role, but not like Blue 4 level multi-role. You're not carrying precision-guided air-to-ground munitions and air-to-air stuff at the same time.
Rearming complete.
The way the Jeff's flight controls are set up actually is quite similar to this as well. So this has fly-by-wire in pitch only, which is not widely known, I don't think, among DCS players, but the fly-by-wire and the flanker is pitch only. The roll and yaw are augmented, and they're cross-coupled to a degree. Not fully, so you still have to feed in rudder if you want to keep it balanced, but yeah, it's pitch only fly-by-wire, which is exactly how the Jeff functions, I think. I don't know if the systems is the same, but the way it's set up is pretty much identical. Which just goes to make how good this thing is aerodynamically even more impressive. The fact that it's only fly-by-wire in the one axis, and they can still get it to do the things that it does. Biggest peeve of the Jeff is how it absolutely will not turn above 450 knots. Yep, much like the MiG-29, center of pressure shift fucks it. So does the limiter. Hey there, buddy. Too distracted fucking around with my radar and should have been paying attention to where I was pointing the plane. That could have ended in tears. Oh, hello. .346 for 77 on the deck, F-15. Why would he be on the deck in an F-15? What are you doing, man? Be in space. Never ever be on the deck in an F-15 when you can be in space. I mean, we know what the reason is, Envy. We know what the reason is. We all know it. I would like to box this guy, but as long as that fucking jammer's going off, I can't soft lock him. Because it'll just bounce me back to observe, search, whatever. It's a reason. Fucking racism. Oh, it's Chinese. The Chinese can't build anything good. It must be overmodeled. Dumb shit. Same shit people give to all the Red 4 stuff, just cranked up to 11. We'll just hard lock this guy to scare him. He's down in the weeds, he's got no energy, so we might just drop it shortly. He's still pretty far out. Oh, that might even be the F-15. Yeah, that's the F-15. Okay, well, we won't drop him. We'll hold him. He's about to merge with half the team, though. Looking at those two coming off the left, 3 coming off the left. Should probably switch to them. We'll stick with the 15 for now, but I'd say a friendly's probably going to clap him in a minute. 3. Tomcat. We're going to dump the F-15. Where's this 14? It's pretty low as well. Now we'll go for these guys on the left because no one's dealing with them at the moment. And they're starting to sort on people. And there's 2 of us. So we can actually get some useful shit done. Fucking jammer again. Yeah, like I said, they'll do it to anything Red 4 because they have the same kind of dipshit beliefs about anyone from east of the River Oder, but it's cranked up to 11 when it's a Chinese aircraft. This fucking jammer off to the left, man. Give me the shits. We've actually got a Tomcat quite close to us, but he's being engaged by friendlies, so I'm not too worried. And these guys are going to become a big problem shortly, so we should really stick with them. The guy closest on the left is pretty low and he's wheeling around. The jammer, I think, is probably about the same distance as the others. These 2 are coming in kind of co-out. Bit of a stutter there. MiG-29's dropping in trail. Hey, Lozzie. I'm not sure you'll like it here tonight, Lozzie. We've been slapping F-14s around like it's not even funny. Truly, Blue 4 did not send their best kitty pilots today. I think you need to teach them. Okay, jammer's gone off. Let's see if this will hold a lock. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. So one of them's committed, the others are broken off. But we did get bounced back out of TWS. This guy's committed on a friendly, we're going to go for him. And it's a Tomcat. Other thing behind might wheel back into us, so just keep an eye on him. Yep, that's exactly what he's doing, but he's down quite low, so I'm not hugely worried about him yet. If he zoom climbs up to belly stab me, then he might become a problem. Oh, it's a Skyhawk? Okay, well, based, but I'm not particularly scared. Now we need to... Okay, well, F-14 broke off. I'm gonna go back to auto. That's that guy back there. Drop the Skyhawk. There we go. Here's our 14. I don't think he's going to be stupid enough to recommit yet, but we will see. Don't want to go to the right because there's 3 committing on us that actually have some altitude. So we're actually, yeah, we're going to veer left. He's straight up disengaging, I think. So we're going to... focus on the guy in front of us, and then we'll double back. Just having trouble picking him up. Oh, probably that's why. He's below me still. know if we hit him. Not really keen to go down and find out. There's our jammer. Reasonably close, low. In this game, everything in the US jets is 90s or 2000s or like 2010 spec. There are no real 80 spec American aircraft in this game at the moment, except the F5 and the Skyhawk. But like the Gen 4 stuff is all 2000s or 1990s spec. The F-14's even a 2000 spec, but at least there's not too much changed in them. This is really stupid what I'm doing here. This is probably what's going to get me killed. Especially because I'm diving more or less directly at the ground, but you know. We lost lock on him, so oopsie daisies, we'll just get out of here. Get back out of the cloud. We're getting a bit over-ambitious here, I think. That one's in the weeds. Ish? No, he's actually just climbed straight up vertically. That's a good move. You'll have 0 energy. Is that a Skyhawk? I think it is. See you later, buddy. Splat. That was not the best move on his part, I've got to say it. And now we've got another one. This is our last missile, so we're just going to spend this one and then run home. Chewing through our fuel pretty well too. Oh, he's really close. And the missile dropped lock, so we're just going to fuck off. I got a bit over enthusiastic there. We're going to run away to the southeast. Right, I can't read and fucking fight at the same time, man. Come on. I have a Tomcat really close to me. This could actually be dangerous. They're Sukumi under me. We have air defenses there though. Short range stuff, but air defenses nonetheless. If only I hadn't spent those last couple of R27s on kind of crappy shots. Look at... I've got a pair of them, a trio of them right there, making themselves easy targets. I could pop up right under them. Try to do some Mirage F1 stuff. Yeah, I was saying that myself. Like, the EE is a nightmare. Like, the CE is rough enough, but the EE is just like, where is this panel? Why is this panel split between 2 places all of a sudden, and neither of them make sense? Like, what the fuck are the ergonomics on that thing? The only things I successfully killed with it, I'm pretty sure, are bombers, and mostly then because somebody else took care of all the fighters. If I'd had to fight an actual fighter in that thing, I would have got roasted. How many F1 variants are in the game? Playable at the moment, 2? No, 3, because the BE just got released, so 3. AI, there's like 10. Yeah, the lack of IFF, so you actually have to go and visually see what it is. Especially because, if you're going for the bombers, you know there's at least 1 or 2 friendlies mixed in with them. Oh. Yeah, I was holding shots purely because I was like, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna wait until I can visually ID it as a bomber and then just shoot then. Because I knew otherwise I was gonna team kill somebody. Alright, we can drop back into nav mode now. I don't think we're gonna get engaged. Plenty of fuel. Yeah. Yeah, if you forget the fuel dipper switch, which is easy to forget which switch it is, I think it'll flame out if you fire the 530s off the wings. But even if you have the fuel dipper turned on, if you fire the missiles within a certain speed altitude envelope, if you fire the missiles at a particular angle of attack, if you are flying at a particular angle of attack, if you're too fast, if you're too slow, like, there's so many things that will fuck up that engine. It's so fussy. Also, something that I found out the hard way. You know how, like, a lot of aircraft, when they spawn in cold, the kind of switches that you would never ever manually turn off except to test something are turned on already? Yeah, well, that's not the case for the F1. The nose cone, or not nose cone, the shot cone regulation switch, or button, is not depressed on a cold start. You have to manually turn that on, or your engines are basically fixed intakes, and will shit themselves if you go supersonic. I found that out the hard way. It looks cool, so it's okay. It's legitimately a cool plane. It's a really cool plane, but it's fucking miserable in a fight. Absolutely miserable in a fight. Wonder what Chinese jets are like inside? Pretty much a mix of Western and Russian stuff, really. They're kind of like a middle ground of the two, from what I've seen. The older ones are more directly like Soviet aircraft, but then they become Soviet aircraft with Western avionics in them, and they just kind of become this middle ground. The Jeff is not 100% like, you know, a good metric for it, because the Jeff's an export aircraft, but it's pretty similar. Like, if you just imagine that, but a little bit less home-built kind of vibes, that's pretty much what they're like from what I've seen. The F1BE is a trainer, so it's a twin-seat trainer. It does actually have a radar, unlike Soviet two-seat trainers. So you can use it in combat just as you'd use a normal F1. The difference is it's got less fuel because of the second seat, and it's probably going to handle worse. J8PP has 2 different unit measurements in it. So does the DCS MiG-29G. The 29G HUD is in Imperial, and the instruments are metricized. Weird thing to add? It's actually kind of useful, to be honest. Like, especially having a fully combat-capable trainer like that, you can take up a friend, like, say a friend does a trial of the module, they haven't bought it yet, you can take them up in it, in the other seat, and teach them how it works and how to fly it, like you actually would with a real pilot. And then they can go, oh, well, I like this thing, or I don't like it. Yeah, it's multi-crew. It's fully multi-crew. And the backseater can fly the aircraft or operate the radar and weapons. So it's not like the Tomcat where it's one or the other, it's both. So it's actually really useful for that. The other thing with twin-seaters, which is something I occasionally would do with the trainers, and Alpin would do it a lot as well, is you use the trainer as a light attack or a spotting aircraft, and you have a second guy in the back seat who's basically running a kind of real-time battle damage assessment for whatever you've just hit, or whatever your mates have just hit. So it's definitely got some uses. Which reminds me, I need to set up my controls for it later, because I haven't yet. I only just set them up for the EE today, because this is the first time I flew the EE at all. Thankfully, you can just copy-paste your configs over from the CE, and it still seems to work. Excited for the F4? Yep. Going to be probably splitting my time between the front and back seat in that, because that radar looks really cool. It looks like an absolute piece of shit in the worst possible, or sorry, best possible way. Like, it's supposed to be a piece of shit, and it looks really cool to use. Like, I like things that are shitty because it makes them more interesting. As well as that, I'm going to really enjoy blasting inexperienced F4 players like the first week or so it comes out, because boy, there will be a lot of them. That's Friendly Sam. Somebody's chasing... Oh, no, nobody's chasing me. I guess the Friendly Sams are just really angry at something. F-15E and the ES4 Plus, it's just avionics, I think. The Suite 4 has different avionics and a few other systems changed, but... Oh yeah, in DCS, one's the playable version, one's the AI-only version. There's a few things like that, like the F-16 has a few AI-only variants. It's quite good from what I've heard. I've briefly mucked around with it myself, but I don't really know how to work anything in it, and I'm not really that interested in learning it, to be honest, because, you know, it's not really my thing, but from just my brief little mess around with it, and from what I've heard from people that are more interested in the aircraft, it's quite cool. It's quite nicely done. It's got a lot of cool features that nothing else in DCS has yet, but probably will become more standard as time goes on. We're kind of fast here, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. Totally professional approach. Now is not the time for stutters. Now is really not the time for stutters, DCS. There we go. Not actually the worst one we've made tonight. It's definitely up there, but it's not the worst one we've made tonight. A few of the 29 approaches were a bit sketchy because it's been so long since I've flown it. And the 29 is like the most perishable as far as landing skills go. This thing's quite a bit easier. Is the TFR modeled yet? I know they're planning it. I know it's a big feature of the aircraft, but is it actually working? Because that would be quite cool. I'm almost tempted to... Oh! I might have to figure out how that works and just play around with it, because that is interesting. And that'll prepare me for a certain other TFR having boy, which I am very, very much hoping to get my hands on sooner or later. Might do one more sortie. It's getting a bit late, but I'm having a lot of fun with this. And then next time this mission runs and we're able to play it, I might fly blue. See if I can take the Tomcat out and do at least better than some of these F-14s have been doing. I'm not particularly good in the F-14, but I'd like to think I'm at least not that bad.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
We are going to have to wait a while to refuel now because we've burnt most of it there. It's cool to see people are actually taking the Harrier route in this mission. I guess they're mostly doing seed work. Trying trying to take out the more dangerous SAMs, because you got to remember as well, their carrier is over here, so they're going to be trying to cut in from that, and we have a bunch of big angry SAMs all around there that'll stop them. Don't know why I can see all these bailed out pilots though. It's kind of funny. Just blame Jester, yeah, like everyone else does. Server's popping, man. There's tons of people on. Absolutely tons of people on. The teams are kind of even now. It was blue stacked when I got on. It was like a 1.5 to 1 or 2 to 1 blue stack. Then it evened out, then it stacked blue again, then it evened out. So red hasn't had a stack yet, which is actually good. You don't want red to stack this mission, because they're the defense, right? You want the offense to be equal to or more than the defense in this mission. Otherwise it'd be kind of boring. So once the stream's done, I'm probably going to load up the track file from this and let it play through, just so that my TAC view can record from the client, because it won't record from the server. And we'll have to see what has actually transpired during this mission. It should be interesting. It should be really interesting, because it has been, I'd hesitate to even call it organized chaos, just mostly chaos up in the air. I'm really curious to see how many missiles I dodged in that one flight in the Mirage, where the fucking Tomcat chased me all the way back to Sanaki or Kutaisi, or I think he chased me to Kutaisi actually. And I'm curious to see what kind of shots the F-14s are taking, because they really should be getting a lot more kills than they are, and we shouldn't be getting as close to their bombers as we are. Just killed a 14, 15 and Vigor in the 21 and took out 4 bombers. Based. Absolutely fucking based. Jesus Christ. I think they do get Phoenixes. I'm like 80% sure they do. Because I saw something get launched that very plainly lofted and went off to the fucking moon. So it looked like a Phoenix launch, and it was at the kind of range where he should not have been lofting a Phoenix. He was way too close. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It might be that only some of the Tomcats have Phoenixes, because I do have both 14As and Bs. And it looks like the A's are the majority of their team, so it might be a case where the B's get Phoenixes and the A's don't. I'm not sure. Did it all in the Pepsi livery too? King shit. Absolute king shit. It's because the whole thing's not synchronized. Ideally you want escorts to be there already, but they never are. Yeah. Yeah, it's very disorganized, but to be fair, it's very disorganized on both ends. So, like, blue could exploit red's lack of synchronization, like where red doesn't turn up at the same time bombers do, and we're kind of feeding dribs and drabs into the bomber formation, but I don't think they are. It seems to be getting a bit more synchronized now than when I first got on, and it was like literally me and like maybe one other person going to engage the bombers. Now it's like you see a whole bunch of people there, but I don't know. TAC view will, as usual, reveal all. I'm really glad that the track files in DCS actually work properly now. There's still a few little things like battle damage doesn't always sync up, or engines dying due to like really esoteric issues doesn't always synchronize, but the flight path does, and that's probably the most important thing. That and the weapons. Surprising the server's constantly maxed, but magic is always sundown. Yeah, that was something I said when I got on, is this mission is basically made for Red to have at least one human GCI. And there's barely even anyone on comms. Like, we've heard a couple of people speaking, but it's been really quiet. And if I wasn't in the mood to fly tonight, and I felt like herding cats, I would be straight into GCI telling people where to go and what to do. Having said that, Are there GCI slots? There might not be. Yeah, there are. There are. And blue even appear to have one. We just don't on red for some reason. God, this thing takes forever to fuel up. I also like, because the point of the weather in this mission is to stop people from, or discourage people from fighting down on the deck like they always do, right? It's to break the DCS player habit of weed whacking. But because the clouds actually move now and the weather shifts over time, it's really, really cool. Like, the snow will start and stop, clearings will appear above airfields, and then by the time you come into land, you can't see the airfield for shit. It's really, really cool. Imagine if you had these tanks you could carry that had fuel in them, so you don't have to have huge internal fuel tanks. I mean, if they weren't using a fucking bendy straw to fill the jet, it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't matter. Some guy with a fucking hand pump back there and, like, a piece of garden hose. No, they're not. They're not. They're just holding it above the tank and hoping it drains in. Old mate there with jerry cans, filling them one at a time. There was, oh, fuck, I forget where it was. It was one of the air bases up in Papua New Guinea, I think, or it might have been, like, somewhere in New Britain, Vanuatu. And they had a bunch of bombers come in. I want to say it was B-24s, and it was a P-38 squadron usually were based there, so they didn't have really any of the equipment for refueling anything that took that much fuel on board, and they were refueling an entire squadron of fucking B-24s just from drums and jerry cans by hand. Like, you could imagine what a miserable fucking experience that would have been. Engine died 5 meters from the ramp. Well, we had an interesting sortie earlier where a certain someone was a little too liberal with their afterburner and overextended slightly, and ended up being chased by a Tomcat till their engine died, and then I could see that there was an airfield relatively close by on the data link, so I just steered towards it, and thank God the Tomcat had been chasing me, because I'd built up so much speed that I actually glided on the deck, like, probably 15 kilometers or something, maybe more, to a runway. Like, I just saw this runway looming up in front of me. I was like, oh my god, I'm saved. Landed on it, found out I'd made it all the way to Sukhumi and landed there. And I thought, it's probably going to be neutral because it's right by the front line. It wasn't. So we refueled, rearmed, and then ambushed a whole bunch of Tomcats who didn't expect a Su-27 to be coming up from there. So that was very stupid on my part, but it actually worked out really well in my favor in the end. Which just goes to reinforce kind of one of the ongoing themes around here, which is I'd rather be lucky than good. That'll be a very over-enthusiastic F-14 player. That wasn't them trying to lock me, though, because I'm on the ground. That would have been somebody else that I was on the far side of. I did have one try and lock me from about 120, 130 kilometers away. In fact, I've had them do it 2 or 3 times now. I love when they do that. That way I know that they have zero situational awareness of what the fuck else is going on around them. And they also can't do anything actionable towards me. What do you have on your headset to track head movements? It's a Track IR5. That's exactly what it is. It's a head tracker. So it's got these 3 infrared LEDs. The camera next to my webcam picks up where they are, and it uses that to figure out where I'm looking. I've had it for probably about 13 or 14 years at this point. I've had to replace this clip a bunch of times because this thing's flimsy as fuck. It breaks all the time. But the camera itself and the software have been really, really good. My only complaint with the whole thing is just how like, easily broken this clip is. Eventually I'll probably just give up and build one of my own, but for now this one's survived, so we'll see how long it lasts. Is he gonna come this way? Yes he is. I'll pull over and let him pass me. Just use a flimsy one that you can attach to a hat. Can you put that on a headset? Yeah, you can. I think Goddard does that with his, or he used to. He just had it sitting on top of his headset. There's a few people I've seen do that. I can't use that one very well because I've got a window behind me, so the sun interferes with it at different times of day, and also the reflection off my glasses would probably interfere with it. So I've just always used the active one rather than the passive hat clip. Yeah, that would make sense. Even with this, I originally had trouble with masking the reflectors, which is why it's pulled out so far to the left of my head, because if it was any closer, my hair would get in the way, or like my glasses would get in the way, so I found that just putting it out to the side was what worked best. Gonna make a track R that looks like the Su-27 helmet sight. That would be pretty dope. That thing would probably work with track IR, wouldn't it? Like, doesn't it basically use the same system? I mean, the receiver's different, it's mirrors, but isn't the actual... Yeah, it's just IR, so it should work. That'd be fucking awesome. Probably be pretty expensive to get one that still works, but it'd be fucking sweet. No, I mean like the actual set. Doesn't it project IR as well? Like the actual real thing? Yeah, so that would still work most likely. Just make sure I remember to turn my moth lights off. Got a whole gaggle fucking tomcats coming in. It needs some depth to it, doesn't it? Because I think, like, this has two up front and one, like, two front, one back, and then it has a slight lateral offset too. I know I've seen people with them, it still has the depth offset, but it doesn't have the lateral offset. So I think it needs some sort of difference where there's two that are in line with each other and the third one's pulled out a bit. Or at least it seems to. Probably for the, like, rotational stuff. too what to those cats. Oh, it's been fucking ultra violence against the F-14s so far tonight. Absolute ultra violence. Helps if I actually keep my radar pointed in the right place. You just run the replay and TACView will record from it automatically. If TACView is set up to record from a normal server, it'll record from a track file just the same. And the track files should work now. Like, it should be good enough that you could record a video from it if you want. Because ED have done some very good work in unfucking that. It's a way to move the camera and track files. It's always synced to my head movement in the replay. It will be by default if you press any of the view keys, or if you do like Control Y to open and close the telemetry bar at the bottom of the screen. If you do basically anything, it'll bounce you back to just your head controls where you're looking as you watch it, like live head movement controls it, or it'll fix it straight ahead if you're not using head tracking. If you want to do external views and stuff and the server doesn't have them enabled by default, you have to open it in Mission Editor, check off all the server enforced stuff for views, and then save it as a .trk again. Mission Editor will open a .trk and it can save a .trk because the track file is essentially just a mission being replayed through. So that's how you do it. You resave it and you open it back up. Make sure you do it before the next patch though, because patches break track files. I don't think I've ever seen a patch not break a track file, put it that way. Well, like, at least now I'm on standalone. I don't have to worry if a patch releases without me having time to record something. I can just not update the game until I record from the track. So it's better than nothing. But yeah, like, updates to the game will fuck them over. But they don't desync anymore like they used to, which was the big problem. I am really fucking mismanaging my radar to shit and back here. I've done something very silly. .336. And he's on the deck, it's a Tomcat. I don't know what I just did there. How do I turn that off? Fuck, I forgot. This is not ideal. This is really not ideal. That's my fucking cannon button. What the fuck? Okay, I think I know which button it was. Yeah, I'm on standalone now. What made me switch? So I have access to everything I'm meant to have access to. Because I didn't on my Steam account. One of the perks of helping test stuff is I get a bunch of things unlocked for me. There's a second thing here. I don't want to stay on this guy too long because the second thing will pop me. Splat! Actually, it might have just been him. Data link display might be a little slow in updating. Yeah, I'd say it was. Okay. Cool! It's another Tomcat bullied to oblivion. Fucking space vegans, Jesus. Where are we? Probably pretty close to the border, so I don't want to go too much further direct north. Oh! Gaggle fucking coming. There'll be bombers in that too. Yeah, bombers up back, fighters in front. Fighters are leading. That's probably the space vegans, actually. They're probably trying to do, like, some sort of offensive fighter sweep shit. I don't know. They're coming in fucking high and fast. And someone's jamming. It's probably one of the vegans. Motherfucker, stop jamming. Stop fucking with my radar. 353 for 61. Right. It's one of these shits. Absolutely one of these shits. Yeah. Yeah, I am. A lot. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, I see the bombers visually now. Here's our two fighters incoming. They're in line abreast. That's kind of scary. We'll be able to mutually cover each other. If they're vegans, they won't be able to get head-on shots on me, but they're still threatening. Oh, one of them's an F-15. One of them's an F-15. Actually scary plane. 357. It ain't this guy. Oh, it's the thing in space. It is for sure the thing in space. We're going to abandon that missile and we're going to fucking get out of here. Never mind. That might have been a... No, he was just way closer than I thought. Well done. Well done. F-15 came in actually how you should in an F-15, high and fast. I probably deserve that. Oh, what time is it? 11:40. Man, I kind of want to keep going, but I should kind of, like, actually get some sleep tonight. No sleep. I need a little bit. Isn't there like 20 minutes till the end of the event? Oh, there could be, yeah. If that's the case, then yeah, we'll go again. But we're going to swap out of the 27, because the 27's kind of too easy mode, you know? Oh, the 29 slots are all taken. You know what we're doing? You know what we're doing, chat. It's been a while since my last Tomcat kill in the MiG-21. Is this the part where the game boots me out? I think DCS is telling me I should go to bed. It's locked up. Come on, DCS, please. I think that's it, folks. Blowing the cartridge. Yeah, no. She's cooked. She is cooked. Alright, let me figure out where I can send you guys. Oh! No. No, oh my god, it even booted me back to the main menu. Yeah. I could reconnect, but we're gonna call it there, or I'll be playing all night. Who's on? Hey Garfield, good timing. I'm just about to raid. We've been bullying F-14s. Ruthlessly bullying F-14s. Oh, Robbo's still on, hey. MiG-23, yeah. Too fucking right it's a MiG-23. God's own fucking fighter. The thing that's going to make Blue 4 players cry and shit themselves when it releases and they realize it's actually a lot better than they thought. MiG-23 when? I don't know. I mean, even if I could tell you, I can't tell you because I don't know. Alright. Raid's going out. It'll go out in about a minute and a half. So I guess I have to entertain you guys for another little while. You're lucky to lift off in the MiG-23? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. You know, these beautiful high lift wings with these nice full span flaps, it's pretty easy to lift off in it, I would imagine. 23 and 2026. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I genuinely don't. I actually genuinely don't know. Why is the music moaning at me? It's because we just... all of those F-14s we downed, it's just... this is how it makes me feel to watch Tomcats spin to the earth, shrouded in flames. Don't think literally anyone knows. Yeah, I don't think so either. See you later if it hasn't rated out already.